Morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms as well, and then 97.3 HD2 if you like your radio in crystal clear, high definition. That's the way to do it. Listen to us on 97.3 HD2 or on YouTube today. Let's see. Maura's got her tough guy leather coat on, so that's always fun. You always know Maura's going to be ready to go. Oh, she doesn't like that. Sorry. It's not her tough guy leather coat. It's just a leather coat.
Does Heather own a leather coat?
No, and I kind of wish she did.
I don't understand.
I kind of wish she did. I don't know. When you wear it, it's like an 80. You're like a greaser from the 80s. You're gonna come beat somebody up. I always make sure to stay clear of Maura when she's wearing her coat. Anyway, it was bizarrely cold out this morning. I don't blame you for wearing a coat. It was. I got outside expecting it to feel like summer. It's supposed to be hot later today, and it was not.
Yeah, I turned the heat on the way here.
Sheesh, it was freezing this morning. Kind of like those Mariners bats, am I right? Yeah, it was, I don't know, guys. I don't know what to tell you. We'll dig through this over the course of the morning and talk through some Mariners stuff. It's a bad road trip. Can't sugarcoat it. Not going to try. 2-7. I mean, right, very reminiscent of what happened last year, coming off the high of that Mets series and the Sunday night victory in front of the national audience, and every Mariner fan was hyped. And then they went on the road and just got smoked. What was that, 1-9, I think, on that road trip? It was just awful. And this was a similar kind of deal. Now, instead of it being the bats that let them down like it was on that trip, in this case, it's the arms that just unfortunately fell apart. You can't give up nearly 6 or more than 6 runs a game and think you're going to win too often. That's just not going to happen. And the lineup is better, but it's not 6 to 7 runs per game good. Very few are. And so, unfortunately, when your starting pitching falters and the next thing you know, you're using their pen more than you want to, it's an ugly situation, right? And yesterday that kind of culminates with Taylor Saucedo coming into the game in a semi-leveraged situation in the 7th. And I'll be honest, I'd kind of forgotten Taylor Saucedo was on the roster. I'm not a big fan of Taylor Saucedo, the pitcher. Haven't been for a while. I've always sort of been a fan of Taylor Saucedo, the person, and it can be challenging to separate those things, right? Good guy. Likes to interact with the fans. Likes to, play video games and then kind of go back and forth, and has had fun cheering when he's been injured, and grew up a Mariner fan. And Taylor Saucedo, the person, pretty funny dude. I've never been particularly impressed with Taylor Saucedo, the major league pitcher, but okay, whatever. The goal for me is I don't really think Taylor Saucedo should be in that game yesterday in that spot, and I'm not blaming the manager necessarily. Got to put somebody in there, and they've used everybody over the last few days. But if you've got a Taylor Saucedo on your roster, at some point, you're going to unfortunately reap the negative rewards of that. So to me, that was just sort of almost like the last gasp, the last problem with this roster that I think is, sort of got some challenges along the edges of it. But it doesn't justify whatever the heck this is. I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday, and I don't want to go too deep into it, but did you see these notes that Taylor Saucedo was getting after the game? Guys, come on. I know it's none of our listeners. I know none of you guys would do this, so I know I'm preaching to the choir. I know I don't need to tell you not to write to Taylor Saucedo after the game saying, I hope your bleeping head gets blown off to pieces. Walking in Philly, you ugly, autistic piece of, I'll say, garbage. And then going on about his wife, your bleep wife. I mean, come on. Guys.
Get a life, get a grip, get some counseling because you have major problems. That's horrible.
All of the above. All of the above. And credit to Taylor. I thought he handled it well. Look, these guys get this. I know. It happens more than any of us want to admit after a bad loss. And I think gambling has added to it, right? Where people want to, you cost me money, this, that, and the other. Who was it who turned off his Venmo because people kept requesting money after games? I forget who that was. In any event, he writes, I understand wanting me gone after today and this year as a whole. Nobody's more disappointed with how this year has gone for me than myself. Trust me, I want to win just as much as all of you, whether I'm here or not. But messaging me this garbage and my girlfriend and sending this stuff is beyond baseball. It's insane how comfortable people are sending this stuff to not only me, but my partner. Tell me I suck all you want. That's fine. But at some point, we got to get a grip. I mean, he's right. He's absolutely right. But here's, that's sort of, okay, normal. I actually really liked his follow-up 5 or 6 hours later. He says, I see a lot of people saying turn off notifications, but I'd like to say this. I keep them partially open because I like interacting with fans. Today was an example of going too far. No matter the reason, we cannot send this stuff, especially to people not involved. I share the exact same love that you all do for the Mariners. Ever since I was a kid, it's the only team I've ever loved. I totally understand that there's more good people on the internet than there are bad. And if I'm ready to receive the praise, then I better welcome the criticism as well. So I won't run from critics. That's part of it. And I don't like it then, well, then I just have to play better. I didn't get to where I am today because I only reveled in praise, but because I got real comfortable with failure. I won't let a few bad apples ruin that for me and everyone else. I've gotten to know since my time here. I've played 9 innings. I've already played 9 innings with my mental health and won that. So there's nothing people can tell me that I've already told myself. With anything, we keep it moving forward. Thank you all for the love. As always, go Mariners, always. So I love that. I don't know whether I can do it. Like, I've essentially kind of given up on the whole Twitter thing for the most part, because I find that the interactions aren't positive enough, and I no longer really enjoyed interacting with listeners, in my case, fans and his. It's kind of ceased being fun at some point. I felt like I wasn't getting as much out of those interactions. And if Taylor thinks he is, great, good for him. Good for you, Sauce. If you think you can still get more out of the interactions than the negative energy comes from, good for you. I don't feel that way really anymore. And whatever positive interactions I felt like I got, I don't think they were worth the people saying crap like that. It's just sad how a few bad folks can ruin it for the most part, these good ideas. Twitter should be a great thing. It should be an awesome tool for fans and players and media members and everybody else to connect with each other. It's such a cool idea. It's a shame how it's been ruined. And, I shouldn't be surprised. Anyway, look, that's not a way of just avoiding talking about the series, talking about the game, talking about just a god-awful road trip. It was. I'm really just not that panicked. I'm not. I think when you look at 2025, all of these teams, all of them, especially in the American League, have had their ups and downs. You're only a game and a half out of first place, and you're still in the wild card. Like, you just survived. I know people are saying it was an opportunity to take advantage. Of course it was. I get it. It wasn't perfect. It's not like I'm sitting here, like, throwing a party over a 2-7 road trip. But at the same time, you're still in playoff position. You're very nearly in the division lead. Houston is, I think, having much worse problems than you are. Good for them. They finally scored 2 runs yesterday after 3 days of getting shut out. I mean, like, you're right there. And at some point, as you know, because you've watched this whole season, it's going to turn back around. That's what the Mariners have done. And the schedule will get easier. Not yet, by the way. It's a tough homestand. The A's have played you tough. And then, obviously, Cleveland is kind of right in it, right? Or San Diego's a good team. And then you got to go Cleveland and Tampa. So you got to get back on the road and go right back to the East Coast again. So I'm not saying the next, 10, 14 days are going to be easy. They're not. I have that right, Lyle? Do I have those right? Yeah, okay. Oakland, A's, and then San Diego at home. And then you go on the road to Cleveland, Tampa. Dude, that's still a tough part of the trip. That's a tough part of the season.
And Atlanta, too, who I know they've been bad this year, but I still wouldn't count them out.
Oh, that's part of that. You also go to Atlanta on that trip. Okay, so, like, guys, that's another East Coast road trip going right back there again. Not as hard as the one you just played, obviously, 3 teams that aren't quite as good. But, hey, how did Baltimore look? Pretty good when you saw them, right? Like, those teams are still pretty dangerous, especially when you're going all the way across country. So do I think this is going to immediately turn around and the next thing you know, they're going to win 10 straight after losing 7 of 9? Not necessarily. That's not, I don't think, what I'm saying. But, these things change on a dime. And just like they did when you left home and after playing some of the best baseball of not just the season, but the last few years, and then you go out and play some of the worst, really just with the pitching. The offense was good enough. It wasn't great, but it was good enough. The pitching was just unfortunately problematic. So can that change? We'll discuss, I promise, all throughout the morning. Got some football to talk today as the Seahawks are getting ready for their joint practice with the Packers. And I found Mora found somebody. We as an entity, as a show unit, we found somebody who I think perfectly understands Mike Macdonald and the Seahawks. I think this is as good a description of Mike Macdonald and the Seahawks and Gary Kubiak, the whole deal. Not Gary, Clint Kubiak. I think this is as good a description of this team as anybody has come up with. So I'll play that for you coming up in 20. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
This place is electric. When we get crowds like this, it's special.
There's something special happening in Soto.
It's amazing getting to, play in front of a sold-out crowd.
The roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave is different.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off two-run home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set with the first of 3 against the A's. First pitch at 7:10. The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
This is one of the most spectacular venues with all kinds of character and hospitality, scenery. These people in this Kittitas Valley, they love when you come to see what they have to offer.
I'm J.J. Harrison, Ellensburg Rodeo Clown, and I want to invite you to the rodeo. Come hang out with us in Ellensburg. Great rodeo, great time. 2 performances on Saturday. One is the Extreme Bulls of the Year event. Do not miss the Ellensburg Rodeo, August 29th through September 1st. We'll see you there.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left, you want Chevy, go to the right, you want Mazda, because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me, let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
That, my friends, was one miserable road trip. Just 2 wins in 9 games. Mariners swept out of Philly yesterday, and this one looked a little like the last one. Luis Castillo, not great, exited early. Mariners came back, made it 3-2 in the 7th after Gino Suarez bombed.
The 2-1. Swung on, lift off left field. It is hammered down the line. It is gone. Goodbye, Eugenio Suarez. Just tucked it in right down the line. The Mariners take one back. A solo blast from Gino. It's now 3-2 Phillies.
And at that point, hey, maybe you got a shot to come back in this thing. It was 1-0 after a Julio home run, and then they get down 3-1, and then you make it 3-2. Maybe you got a chance. No, it totally imploded in the bottom of the 7th. Saucedo got lit up. The Phillies go on to win 11-2. Turns out it wasn't all that close at all. Dan Wilson.
You're in this game any amount of time. You've gone through things like this, and you know, it can turn back the other way very quickly. And you know, it's good. It'll be good to get home. It'll be good to get back in our, you know, home ballpark, get our home fans back out there, and you know, start getting back to work and doing what we do.
Well, yeah, and I do think that will help. We saw what the energy did for this team when they were at home the last time, but that's just really not a very good road trip. No other way to sugarcoat it. I'll tell you what I did like. Give you a couple pieces of good news. 1, it's good to see Gino starting to heat up. They need him. 2, it's good to see Julio hot like this. They obviously need him as well. And I really appreciate that once again, as things kind of hit a low point, and it's happened a couple of times this year, you know who was front and center in the clubhouse to address it? One Julio Rodriguez, not a front runner, coming out after a bad day, after a bad sweep, and saying, yeah, I'll be the guy to talk to the media and address it.
Yeah, it was tough, but I would say it's like this game is tough. You know, this game is tough. They were a really good team, and you know, they beat us, but I feel like the key is how we respond as a team. You know, it's easy to, you know, go through a time when it's easy, when everybody's playing good and all that, but it's how do we respond in this situation. I feel like every team goes through things like that. You know, every team goes through things like that, and it's baseball. It's baseball. It's just like, you know, we're going to have a nice day off. We're going to be playing at home in front of our fans. in our ballpark, and I know everybody's looking forward to that. And, this game is how we're going to leave everything here, and then we're going to reset and, play our game in Seattle.
It really is true, and all those words are very wise. Baseball players tend to be a little better at it than fans are. Here's the good news. No one else is winning. Astros lost again. Maybe they'll take some solace in actually scoring 2 runs. Cleveland lost. Kansas City lost. The Yankees won. Red Sox were off. Merciful day off today, and then a short homestand with the A's and Padres.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I think it was pretty obvious the Mariners do need some help in their pen, and they finally have some extra starters now that the rotation is healthy. So let's add 2 and 2 together, and what do you get? Well, time to see if Emerson Hancock can help the bullpen over the last month of the season. Yesterday, he started that process by pitching 1 inning in relief for Tacoma. Results, just okay. Gave up 2 hits, a walk, and a run, but the fastball touched 98. Seems like an experiment worth continuing. In fact, velocity on all of his pitches was up between 1.5 miles, almost 3 miles an hour on the 4-seamer. The only surprise for me, he still used all 4 pitches, 4-seamer, sinker, slider, change. I would think that maybe he's just trying to figure out which 2 he wants to focus on, because I would like to see him as a reliever as more of a 2 or 3 pitch pitcher at the most. So I like this. I've been talking about it here for about a week. I think it's a good thing, and I think it's a way to add a potential other leverage reliever, and at the very least, just somebody else who can replace, whether it's Saucedo or Legumina or Kowar, some of the guys that have been out, Lau, right? Just somebody else to just raise the bottom of that bullpen.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks making their way to Green Bay yesterday. They'll hold a joint practice with the Packers today before a game on Saturday afternoon. I would think this joint practice is going to really be the last real tune-up for the starters, right? Mostly backups who will be getting time to prove themselves once you get to the game on Saturday. Then they get a week off. Right, everybody gets a bye week essentially heading into the season. Opinions still very split. It sounds like Chris Canty was very negative about the Seahawks this morning on Sportsmanlike, and we'll find that sound. Maybe we'll play it for you a little bit later. But here was John Middlecoff going exactly the other way.
But Seattle, if you just watch their intensity, their physicality, they clearly, a lot of people think, had a really good draft. I thought they had a good draft last year. Like, they could be a problem. Of all the teams that had kind of flyer odds, I thought Seattle was we know their coach is really good. Sam Darnold knows Kubiak because they work together in San Francisco. That scheme works, and they got some pieces on offense. They won 10 games last year. It's not it's like they won 6. They won 10 games, 4 more than the 49ers. I think that is a really, really tough spot for the 49ers week 1. I think if Seattle's going to be the real deal, I think they, especially with the 49ers as banged up as they are, that's a really, really tough spot.
All right, so that's the positive side. Chris Canty, as I mentioned, had the other one.
I do believe that the Seattle Seahawks are going to be bad. Now, that doesn't mean that feeling doesn't mean it's gospel, but based on my experience being in and around the National Football League for the better part of 2 decades, I believe that the Seahawks have a much better chance of having a top 5 pick than Jalen Milroe ended up being the franchise quarterback.
For context, they each had to sell a team. And he said if you took the optimistic view, maybe Milroe pans out. And they were like, see, that was great. And he's like, well, but I don't believe it.
That's funny. Reports out yesterday, Vikings are interested in finding a veteran receiver. A couple of them were on the move yesterday. Broncos sent, what's this guy's name? Devon Vele? Vele? I don't know how to pronounce it. Vele. He goes to New Orleans for a 4th and 7th, so he actually had some value. I don't know who that is. Chiefs sent Sky Moore to San Francisco for a late-round pick swap. Maybe there's a market there for Marquez Valdez-Scantling. We'll find out. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Salk, why are you on this crusade to dull fans' reactions to losses? Of course the professionals are better at staying even-keel than fans are. Such a moronic statement. Okay. I'm not trying to dull your reaction. Maybe I am. I don't know. I'm trying to help people, make it through the downturns. I'm hoping to avoid, what do you want me to, you want me to come on and be like, season's over? I don't think that. You want me to come on and be like, they're done? Toast? Forget it? Pack it up? Fire everybody? Move on? You're going to look real stupid in a week when they, win 5 of 7. It's just unfortunately the way baseball is, and that doesn't mean we don't talk about the things that are wrong. We're gonna talk about the pitching staff and some of the challenges they're having right now. Going to talk about what they can do to the bottom of the roster to try to make some changes to help. Like, we'll talk through the things they can do and some of the problems they've put them, some of the difficult situations they've put themselves in. Lyle, I'm spending time yesterday trying to figure out what roster moves they can make to get Dylan Moore out of right field yesterday. And there's not like a great way to do it, unfortunately. We'll address it at 7:30, about an hour from now. But, like, I'm not trying to dull your reaction. Yeah, you should be upset, of course. Like, while you're watching the game, I get it. I'm just trying to dull the overreaction that turns into something predictive and final. Did the Mariners play like crap this week? Yes. Are the Mariners a bad baseball team? Objectively, no. That's really all I'm trying to say. In the meantime, credit to Mora, but we as a group, we have found the guy. The person who seems to understand Mike Macdonald and the Seahawks better than anyone. Play some of the sound next.
There's something special happening in Soto.
I feel like that's what happens when you add guys. It just changes the mojo.
That roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave, it's different.
This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set. Mariners-A's. First pitch at 7:10.
We believe in each other and we're ready to fight.
The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Bump letting you know the Labor Day sales event is on at West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Get the 2025 Ram 2500 or 3500 heavy duty for $8,000 off MSRP on credit approval. West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Homeowners, federal tax credits on heat pumps end soon. Home Comfort Alliance can help you save up to 75% on new in-stock heat pumps with combined discounts, utility rebates, and expiring federal tax credits on systems installed by December 31st. These are new in-stock high-efficiency models that will make your home comfortable year-round. Federal tax credits expire December 31st, so don't wait. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, it's Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer, accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
Goodbye baseball. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
The Mariners postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Homestretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees.
Strike 3 call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
You can use your credit however you want. Go big with club seats for a couple high-stakes showdowns, or stretch it out into the final series against the Dodgers. And the best part, Homestretch Flex members get priority access to our postseason pre-sale. That means you're first in line when October comes calling. The team is locked in.
J.P. Crawford! Game winner, walk-off fashion in the 9th inning.
And now it's time to bring the energy down the stretch. Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I love that Ibex. Just keep saying Ibex.
I heard a promo with you going off about Ibex.
Oh, yeah, I heard that, actually. That was funny. I'm glad that we finally got the Ibex into a promo, right? They're like a horned goat of some sort, I think. I think that's the type of species. Probably in Africa, I think, the Ibex. I don't know. I don't know a tremendous amount about them. 206 says it's okay to have perspective and to be concerned and frustrated at the same time. Agreed. Fans don't need to just flush the bad games or the reasons they happen. We should be critical. I agree. That's why we're here. That's the fun of sports radio, to talk through and criticize and debate and try to figure out what the team is doing wrong and what they could do better and all of that. Guys, I'm with you on all that. I agree.
Well, and when you've got some history to base it off of, I mean, we both grew up in the Boston area at points. Like, even if you know it's not logical, you have this sense of impending doom when history has repeated itself negatively for you.
Totally agree. And I don't think it's my job to sit here and to fan the flames of impending doom. Not going to happen. That's just not how I feel.
That's not fun.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Sorry, I don't want to wake up at 4:30 in the morning to come in here and fan the flames of impending doom. Not fun for me. I don't feel that way. I'm just giving you my honest take. But yeah, you should be concerned. You should be frustrated. You can be mad. You can voice your frustration. Where I tend to draw the line is that this is what's going to happen moving forward, because I just don't think that there's any relationship between those two things. Also, at saying that you want someone dead or that you should do something to their girlfriend. Going to draw the line there for Taylor Saucedo. But that's not the point. We're going to get away from the Mariner complaining for a little bit, because I think Mora found the right guy. I think Mora found the right guy, and I'm going to bet he doesn't do a lot of local radio, so I don't know that we'll get a chance to talk to him. But the guy that seems to have the best bead on these Seahawks, and especially on like what Mike Macdonald wants them to be, is Chris Long, former defensive end who does the Green Light podcast, and Chris is good in general. I mean, he's constantly making moves.
I have to say, I was going he did an NFC West breakdown, and I only listened to the Seahawks portion. I'm assuming he did the same detail for every team. It was long, and he knew that roster inside and out and knew what he was talking about, where a lot of these national people, they have a general idea of the teams, and I get it. There's 32 teams. It's hard, but they can't really take a deep dive. He really had done his research.
He knows the stuff in general, obviously. I mean, like just as a player, you get that perspective from him, but he talks like a member of the media. I mean, he really is comfortable. He's really good. He does a great job. In any event, I think he seems to understand what the Seahawks are trying to do as well as anybody, and that starts with being physical.
In this division, it was when I played. When I played back in the day, when I walked to school uphill in the snow, every team was physical in the NFC West. And it feels like that again, not to the same degree. You can't touch the Frank Gore Niners and the Marshawn Lynch-led Seahawks, the Tom Cable, the Legion of Boom. This division's, it's physical. And so that's the currency in the division. And so I love the fact that this defense is I think it's one of the most important units in the division. I think it might be the defining side of the ball in the division. If they can be dominant, they have a differentiating thing about them when you look around this division, because there's a lot of question marks in the other places.
Okay, so right off the bat, he understands what the division is all about, but even more so what the Seahawks want to be all about, which is they do want to be physical, and that it does start on the defensive side of the ball. And for anybody like Chris Canty, and we played you the sound earlier, who was looking at the Hawks and saying, oh, they're going to be terrible, they're going to be a bottom 5 team in the league, there's just no way you're looking at the defense. It's just you're not looking at what the defense did last year, how the defense grew last year, what it looked like by the end of the season, how little turnover it's had, and then what it's added in players like Nick Emanwari and DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm sorry, you're not paying attention to that side of the ball, which is fine. It happens. It's a lot easier to judge offenses based on quarterbacks and, rough idea of the O-line and some of the weaponry that they have. That's pretty easy. I'm as guilty of it as anybody. Like when you look at teams around the league, it's really difficult to know the ins and outs of their defense. Who are their linebackers? I don't know. Who's their third corner? How the heck should I know? I don't go that deep into any other team, and for the most part, nobody does. But the Seahawks are pretty good in those spots. They've really developed a defense that doesn't have a tremendous amount of weakness. They're going to need to be healthy, and there's a couple spots where they're not as deep, linebacker probably being chief among them. But yeah, physical and defense, right? That's a really big deal, and he explains how Mike Macdonald has learned it here and made it better.
They went from being, at best, like a middle-of-the-road defense, some of all the parts, to being probably a top 10 defense at the end of the season. I mean, they played like it at times, and the run game had a lot to do with it, right? And that had to really hurt Macdonald to walk in and see, the lack of physicality, the fits being so bad early in the season. You couple that with an offense that really had no real identity. I guess the identity was we're going to throw the ball as much as we can. They didn't have an identity of physicality, that's for sure. And I think it was clear to Coach Macdonald what they had to accomplish over the next calendar year. And the most impressive part to me is they did it on the fly.
So, again, that's true understanding of Mike Macdonald and what happened last year. That is perfectly stated. It is exactly what I think. Maybe that's why I think he's so smart, because I think the exact same thing. I don't know. I just like people that agree with me. But isn't that what happened? At the end of the year, they looked at it and they're like, all right, the offense wasn't good enough. It wasn't physical enough. I think I told you already that in talking to Coach after a couple of games and interviews last year, I think he was pretty enamored with Detroit and Baltimore and some of the best running physical teams in the league. So what does he do in the offseason? He sets about trying to fix it. He's got the defense, and he's tried to figure out and make the defense better. That's his ballywick. That's what he does. but he's not going to be able to by himself fix the offense. So what does he do? He fires the offensive coordinator. Makes sense. Ryan Grubb wasn't the right guy for the job, partly because of the scheme, partly because of the personality. Whatever it is, it wasn't right. Great, you move on. And then in trying to find the next guy, what did they do? They looked for like the Detroit Lions run game coordinator, right? Offensive line coach. I mean, like they went down that hole of looking to find someone who would make this team more physical and with a better running game. And I think in Clint Kubiak, they have very much found that. I love this. This is of all the cuts I'll play you here from Chris Long, this is probably the one that jumps out to me the most. I love this description of Clint Kubiak. And as you know, I'm now newly in love with Mr. Kubiak. Wrote it in my column this week at seattlesports.com. Talked about it with you guys on Monday. I love what this guy's doing, and I think this is the perfect description of why.
He talks about wanting to contribute to the complementary football. You ask an offensive coordinator a lot of times, like, what do you want out of this season? It's like, yeah, pew, 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 verticals, or like whatever. That wasn't even the OC. That was Gannon speaking for their offense. But, you know, hey, we want to do this. We want to do that. You know, for Kubiak, the first thing that seemed to come out of his mouth most times I read his quotes was like, we want to fit in. We want to be a part of this identity that coach is building, and we don't want to f it up. You don't want to make it sound as simple or as like, you know, if last year was really ambitious, you don't want to make the strategy this year sound kind of like short-sighted, but it seems like trading a little bit of the high ceiling for a high floor and stabilizing.
Isn't that just the perfect description of this whole Kubiak thing? All the parts of it. Trading in the potential high ceiling and explosive plays for a high floor of just saying, look, we're going to run the ball and we're going to do it well, and we're going to just keep moving down the field, and we're going to be physical. To the perfect word, complementary. How many times have we talked about that? Being able to play complementary offense. How many times have we talked about that?
Well, I don't think I saw it highlighted more than when that season that they did start letting Russ throw a little more at the beginning of the year. They were airing it out and the offense was on fire, but the defense couldn't keep up. They were letting the other team score just as much. And you could tell Pete Carroll hated it. And, I mean, maybe they should have found a way to balance that out with the defense, but they couldn't. And to me, that highlighted, like, yeah, maybe you could have let Russ cook a little more at that point, but they never could find a balance to let that happen. And then eventually the offense regressed as well.
It's hard to be a really good defensive team when you're cooking. It's really hard to be a really good defensive team when you're just cooking. It just is. It changes the whole mentality of your football team. It gets you into the types of games that are, you know, hustle back and forth, scoring basketball on grass type of thing. And when it doesn't work, it's a really quick 1, 2, 3, and then your defense is right back out there. And even when it does, you're going down the field so quickly, your defense doesn't get a lot of time to rest, which it needs. So, Maura, you and I are 100% on the same page there.
Yeah, even the Chiefs, you look, and I mean they're like the model right now. But they've had playoff games with the Bengals and the Bills that are always like shootouts. And they have a good defense.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right.
But once you get into those kinds of games, and when the Chiefs are at their best, what are they doing? They're running the ball, and they're playing complementary football. The Eagles, what do? They run the ball, complementary football. And so I love the use of the word complementary there. I think he's absolutely right. So put all of those things together, and I think you start to make a pretty good case that Chris Long understands the Seahawks. Now, whether or not it's going to lead to incredible success this year, I don't know yet. But I will say for sure that you at least understand what you're trying to do. And I think he's got that down. Here he is, just one or two more.
I think the key to this team is the defense, right? Yep. I think that's their identity. And I think Mike Macdonald seems like a guy who, if he can get the program to buy into a way of playing, and that means complementary football, means an identity, this team's going to be tough. And I also think this program is going to persist in Seattle for a little bit.
Love the way he looks at it. Again, if you get the buy-in on the defense and it works out, yeah, the team's going to be nasty. Okay, couple of specifics. I'll give you one more cut here from Chris Long, and then I got some Ray Roberts stuff I want to play you as well. But a couple of specifics. And I had not thought of it this way. because obviously it's not really the position he plays, right? This guy's a safety. We're going to talk Nick Eamon-Warry. But I was definitely interested in the way Chris Long viewed Eamon-Warry and the way he can help with some of, if not the most important thing that a defense has to do.
And you think about the edge of the defense being kind of the epicenter of this division a little bit. Like when you play San Francisco, when you play LA, it really is, it's big. And so the way you put it with the game, the way the game's changing, these guys, it's no longer optional. You know, and so if you can stick the landing on him being who they think he is, like, this is going to be a fun defense. It's going to be a fun defense. But everything for this team is going to come down to being able to play complementary football.
God, don't you just love that? And I had not really thought about Eamon-Warry as being a big part of setting the edge. But I guess I can understand how that works, especially if he's playing a bunch of different spots. And, you know, one of those spots is sort of as a nickel type of player, so you end up in that edge spot. Well, when they're running the ball, guess what you do? You're helping to set the edge. And with his size and strength and all of it, he should be pretty effective at doing that, in addition to what they've got with Mafe and Derek Hall and certainly DeMarcus Lawrence at this point in his career, where that's really one of the things he's best at. Look, I don't know whether the Seahawks are going to have the number one defense in the league. Shil Kapadia thinks they will, which is great. His Athletic article came out today where he was ranking the best defenses. Remember, he did not feel too strongly about or at least too good about the Seahawks offense. What do you have him, 24th, something like that, the other day? And I kind of chided Shil, who you know I love, and just said I think he's a little bit more of a pew-pew guy than he is a run-you-over kind of a guy. But also, there's some very real concerns about the Seahawks offense, and the offensive line and its interior, and whether Sam Darnold's actually good. Like, there's some real questions on the outside at wide receiver. So 24th felt a little rich to me, but okay, fine. Number one defense? I don't know whether it's going to be the number one defense. That's a pretty lofty statement. But I do know that I think they're very well suited to trying to stop the teams they're going to play the most. DeMarcus Lawrence at this stage in his career is probably not going to get you double-digit sacks. Yes, I would still like a Trey Hendrickson to come in and provide that element for you because, by the way, you don't just play games against your division. You don't just play against the Rams and Niners. You got some other teams you're going to want to play over the course of the year, and some of them are going to be better at throwing the ball, and it would be really nice to be able to sack those teams on third down, get off the field. But if you want to beat the Niners and the Rams, which you certainly want to do in this division, as Brock says, be a disruptor, you better set an edge. And DeMarcus Lawrence does that. And Boye Mafe does that. And Derek Hall should be very good in year 3 at doing that. Excuse me. So if Nick Eamon-Warry is going to help with that as well, it makes even more sense why you would draft him in that spot. Love it.
Yeah, Shiel says the mix of reliable veterans and young wild cards here has me predicting a high ceiling. I think the Seahawks defense is going to be one of the stories of the 2025 season.
Be great. I mean, again, if that's the case, there's no way they're a bottom 5 team, as Chris Canty suggested. Now, the other major question mark, of course, is going to be the offensive line. We know that. You know that. I know. We all know that. Until you see it in a game, until they start having success, not just in a preseason game, the offensive line is going to be the one huge question mark for everybody. Ray Roberts, pretty happy with what he saw the other day, and I do trust Ray. He's honest. He brings it. He understands it as well as anybody. I've had the privilege of standing next to Ray during offensive line drills and practice, and it is fascinating what he notices that nobody else would. Here's a little of Ray talking about what they did offensively in the line on Friday night.
Well, it's hard to put up 300 rushing yards in practice, and so it doesn't really, it was still like a great feat of what they did. And then the other part of it is that it wasn't gimmicky or anything. It was like guys blocking dudes. There's a drill that I used to do with Howard Mudd called fit and finish, and that means you get into the block, you drive your feet, and then you finish the block. And there was a lot of that going on in this game, and I just really love the plan that they have, like with their outside zone.
Awesome. Yeah, he's right. There was nothing gimmicky about it. They were just good, hard runs. right? They weren't crazy. They schemed their way to success. They did a lot of different types of runs, but they're all just, outside zone here, outside zone there, power here. Like, they weren't crazy, like, weird ways to try to sneak out a couple of extra yards. They were just good football plays. And then they went out and finished them. Man, I have watched a lot of people posting Gray Zabel film over the last few days. He did a lot of things, and I don't pretend to be a film person. I don't watch that stuff. That's not who I am. That's not what I bring to the table. And I'm always a little wary of anybody who didn't play in the NFL breaking down film, or coaches from the NFL breaking down film, because I just don't know whether they really know what they're talking about or not. But, man, I watched somebody do this whole Gray Zabel breakdown showing how smart he was and the way he was, like, taking the defender's choices and using them against him and leveraging him out of the play and finishing and hustling. And, like, man, he made Gray Zabel look out like a Pro Bowler right away.
Well, and John Benton, this new offensive line coach, is kind of known for taking – like journeyman offensive linemen and getting the most out of them. Can you imagine how he must feel having this first round pick?
He must feel really good.
Talent in the world to work with.
He seems really, really good, and Ray thought the same thing.
Those are the things I thought he made a huge improvement on from the week 1 to week 2. Like his hand placement in the run game was beautiful. He didn't have, I think he had one like really bad pass set, but he kind of recovered and fell back to the inside and was able to stay connected to the guy to complete the block. But those are the things that defenders look for. And so they study everything, every little thing that's going to give them an advantage. And so that's why, when I get in these debates with people on social media, it's like, yeah, you're just looking at how it ended. I'm thinking about the next play and the next game and 5 games down the road and this opponent and that opponent and how you study players and break things down. But I thought he made a huge jump from week 1 to week 2 in the preseason.
And if he keeps making those jumps, he's going to be really good. He's going to be really good. I mean, look, that second preseason game is about as good. It's got me psyched. It's got me pumped up. Maybe I'm overreacting, but, fine. So be it. Like, I'm pumped.
I wish I could remember who it was so I could give credit, but I heard someone put it well, because, you don't want to overreact to preseason, but it was exciting that they showed proof of concept.
Mm-hmm. I think that's right.
I thought that was a really good way to put it.
I think that's exactly what they did, because it wasn't about the results necessarily. It was about the scheme and the play calls and what they did and the fact that it looked right. Yeah, proof of concept. That's a great way of putting it. They went to an investor and said, hey, we think this can work. Let us show you how we think this will work in the market. And then you got to go out and prove it and sell and, invest in all the right things. Okay, yeah. More, that's perfect. I don't know who said that, but kudos to them.
I'm sorry to whoever I'm not giving credit to, because I heard it floating around on social media.
Let's try to guess who it was. Who do you think said it? Who would have said proof of concept? I'm going to have to think through this a little bit. Do you think it was someone at the station or someone somewhere else?
I thought maybe it was outside of it.
Outside the station? Well, that certainly opens up the universe to a lot more people. I was hoping, it could have been a Stacy thing, but yeah, if it was outside the station, I don't know. Anyway, a lot of good stuff there. Thank you. Ray was on with Bump and Stacy, I think, earlier this week, which was great. That was Bump and Stacy, right? Yeah, it was on Monday. Yes. And so thank you, because it was good to have some Ray sound here today. And then also love the Chris Long stuff. I could go on and on. I'm pretty pumped up. I am. I was not a couple of weeks ago, and then just seeing them in that preseason game just totally changed my view. So I'm overreacting. It's not just overreaction Monday for me. It's a whole week of overreaction. But it probably isn't going to change no matter what happens in the Green Bay game. And so I'm going to go into San Francisco feeling pretty good about this team. Knowing that the defense has a chance to be really good, knowing that the offensive coordinator believes his own role is to be complementary, and knowing that he's got a pretty good idea of how to scheme this thing and how to call running plays. You can't run the ball if you don't run the ball. And he seems to be pretty interested in running the ball. All right, Brock is in here in just a moment. It was a very weird, very bad road trip. What does it all mean? We'll discuss next on Brock and, what's the name of the show? Brock and Salk. There you go.
It's the final test.
Tonight, Charbonnet is going to rip off a big run.
Before the real deal.
You kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jobs are on the line.
Who's on the initial 53, who's on the initial practice squad.
It's off to historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay for the preseason finale. Seahawks Packers, Saturday. Pre-game at 11 a.m. with Steve Rabel on the call.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Kickoff at 1 p.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer, accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Tough road trip, Brock, and we got some frustrated fans, not that surprisingly. That was not good. Not a lot of good baseball. 2-7. The team was outscored 57-35 in those 9 games. That's a negative 22. They gave up 6 1/3 runs per game. They scored just about 4. But the offensive numbers would be a whole lot worse if you looked at how they did early in games against starters. So it was, by all accounts and by all measurements, a very tough week and very bad road trip for the Mariners.
Salky, many people, surprisingly, shockingly, tune in this morning to hope that the voice of reason, the man who said after those Mariners were swept in New York, the man who said, take it down a notch, everybody, the man who put Lyle's head back on his body after it popped off, after Woo's no-hit bid was lost and a series or even one win out of New York was lost, and what was coming up with Scooble after all, and Mize and everybody else. You were the voice of reason and said, guys, gals, I've been there. I've done it. I've seen it. I know that stadium. I know that environment. Does the voice of reason speak the same thing on this Thursday, August the 21st, after being swept by an obviously much better, much deeper, much better rotation, much better offense, much better bullpen, much better team in Philadelphia as significantly as those Phils just swept us away? Is that voice of reason awake?
No, not necessarily the same. I mean, like, they played a lot worse on this road trip. And I think that there's some issues that they're going to have to work through that I didn't necessarily feel at the end of that Yankees game. Okay. This feels to me a little closer to how I felt after the Arizona sweep, right? Where they were coming home at the end of another long road trip. And I probably overreacted that day, right? That was sort of oh my God, the world's kind of ending. This is this team is in big trouble. What are you going to do?
They were under 500 at that point.
Right. I mean, things felt pretty ugly there. Yeah, I think I'm sort of in between right now, Brock, because I see some real big problems, but also I see a team that I like the roster construction in general, at least for the first 23 spots of it. And they're in a playoff spot. Like, we can't sit here and be like, oh, they're terrible, they stink, this and that. Like, they're a game and a half behind a bad Houston team, and they're still in the wild card. And there's not that much competition for it. So I'm not freaking out at all today about their long-term possibility of getting into the playoffs. And once you get in there, anything can happen. But clearly that was an ugly road trip. So I'm trying to separate out, right, like what happened with what I think will happen. Because you got two problems I saw. And maybe you guys will see more, but I saw two kind of big problems emerge on this road trip. One, starting pitching.
Correct.
Clear as day, starting pitching. And two, the back of the roster. And that includes the back of the bullpen, right? The low leverage part of the bullpen and sort of the bench that you're playing with right now. Those are the two problems. I thought for the most part, I know Brash had his one bad outing, but your leverage relievers are basically fine. And like the core of your offense, there are going to be some ups and downs, but it's basically fine. You got a pretty good nucleus of 6-7 guys that I think you feel pretty good about. We could talk through some options for altering some of that, and we'll do it at 7:30 and some ways you can do it. I don't know whether it's as simple as you think, but I think there are some things you can do. But let's be very clear, and I said this yesterday at 7, and I'll say it again. This team is built on one thing only, pitching. Starting pitching. That is the foundational element that gives this team its legitimacy, is they have great starting pitching. And right now they don't have great starting pitching, and for this year they have not had great starting pitching. Where are Mariners starters in the league ranked in ERA this year? Starting pitchers. What is the starting pitchers rank in baseball for ERA? Is it top 5?
No.
Is it top 8?
No, I don't think so.
Is it top 10? Is it in the top half, 15?
ERA?
ERA. By the way, ERA plus will usually benefit. They'll work against them because they're pitching often in a pretty good ballpark for pitching.
Yeah.
The Mariners are 17th in terms of starter ERA this year, guys.
Wow.
They're 17th.
Wow.
17th. Now I like that they're fifth in Ks. I like that. But they're 21st in hits, 22nd in giving up home runs, 10th in walks.
And this is the starting pitch. This isn't
just starting pitching.
Cheapers.
I did a little filter for start. I don't know if that includes yesterday, but I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
17th in starters ERA, guys.
Yeah.
You want to know why you're feeling frustrated and why this road trip felt like a kick in the teeth? Because the team is built on starting pitching, and the starting pitching right now is not answering the bell. Now,
yeah,
it is fair to say that this week is the first time all 5 starters have been there together all year. That's fair to point out that they've not been together for a full turn through the rotation all year. Someone has always been hurt. Logan at the beginning, right? It was like one person after another. George, and then Logan, and then Bryce. Like, somebody's always been hurt. Fortunately, Wu and Castillo have been able to take every start. But those 3 guys have had some level of injury over the course of the year. But this doesn't feel like that. For whatever reason, that doesn't feel like the issue here. Because when they've been healthy, they just unfortunately haven't lived up to the reputation. The problem was not that Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock were so bad that it dragged everybody down.
Nope.
These numbers have just been, unfortunately, who they are this year. Okay, maybe if they'd all been healthy throughout more of it and you want to take it. All right, fine, maybe they're 13th instead of 17th. Regardless, this is supposed to be a top 3 starting pitching staff.
Yeah, and I think why the emotion was turned up to a 10 and is because then on the other side, you watched what you were supposed to be. They struck you out 46 times, they being those Phillies. So 57% of your outs were balls not even in play over those 3 games. So it was like, okay, good. It's good on good, right? Football teams love to do that. Teams love to do that. Give me good on good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your hockey games you go to, your basketball games you go to, right, with your kids and everything else. I don't want to just have to play the kids that never played before. Give me good on good. Let me see what we got. Iron sharpens iron. And holy smokes, you know, going up against those 3 guys in Philadelphia, it looked like a totally different game that they were playing that you were playing. And that's supposed to be you. You're supposed to be the dominant pitcher that can shut down.
Do that. And unfortunately, this year, the starters haven't done it. Now, to give them a little bit of credit and to maybe take some of the sting out of those numbers, they're also 3rd in innings. They're 3rd in innings eaten up. So that is going to raise your hit totals, your walk totals, because they're just pitching more innings. And they should be, in theory, taking away some of the stress off the bullpen. They're going deeper. They're having to get through the lineup a 3rd time. All of those things are going to hurt your starters in general. So they are being relied on to do more than almost any other starting pitching staff in the game. And I think that's worth noting. But if this starting pitching is going to be 17th in ERA, you're probably not going to be the team you want to be. And that's not a roster construction issue. That's not a management issue. It's just you need your pitchers to pitch. Those guys got to go out and do their thing, and everybody knows it. Now, what happens when they don't pitch well? Cumulative effect, right? Then you start to see some of the other weaknesses, right? When you score 4 runs, it's not enough, because you're unfortunately giving up 7 or 11 or whatever the case may be. When George doesn't go deep and Logan doesn't go deep and Bryce goes 5 and Luis doesn't go deep, guess what? You're using Taylor Saucedo in a 1-run game in the 7th inning, and he's getting shellacked because he really shouldn't be in the game there. But you don't have much of a choice because you've had to use everybody else in your bullpen.
Yep.
So the problem you're having is that some of the survivable weaknesses in the back of your bullpen and at the bottom of your bench are being exposed because, unfortunately, the thing you're counting on to be great hasn't been great. So I understand focusing on Dylan Moore and Mitch Garver and Taylor Saucedo and Casey Legamina. I get it. They should look to upgrade those people. I'm not disagreeing at all, and we'll talk how they can do it in about 20 minutes. But why are we noticing those problems? Because unfortunately, the whole thing this is built on, the foundational piece that makes the Mariners legitimate, the starting pitching isn't playing very well.
Yeah.
And they'll probably come back and they'll probably pitch better than they have because that's the nature of this game. But what's the problem? What was the problem on this road trip? You didn't pitch very well. Pretty simple.
Simple. Now, can you fix it?
Well, that's very complicated, and I don't know how to do that. They've got coaches.
Home cooking
and all
helps.
of that.
Home cooking helps.
It should.
This is a very different pitching staff in this building here for any number of reasons than it is on the road. You do that ERA, that home, I don't know if you can filter it that well, Salk, and you certainly probably need your glasses.
I don't think I can double filter like that, unfortunately. At least not on MLB.com.
Lyle can. I have faith.
Maybe he probably can on Fangraphs, I guess, or somewhere else. I'm sure there's a way to double filter for home road for starters. Yeah. But I think those are pretty important, right? Like, come home, do your thing, home cooking, crowd should be going nuts, and try to will this team back to where it was just about a week ago when everybody was riding high. And I think you can absolutely get back to that. We will be right back with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
There's something special happening in Soto.
I feel like that's what happens when you add guys. It just changes the mojo.
That roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave, it's different.
This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set. Mariners-A's. First pitch at 7:10.
We believe in each other and we're ready to fight.
The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Michael is in his 70s, and he was dealing with an injury.
I had tears in my rotator cuff. Just the discomfort of going about everyday life. Day-to-day things were not comfortable or almost impossible, but just being inactive was troubling.
He was in a great deal of pain.
I started trying to learn how to brush my teeth with my left hand, and you can't do it. It was ridiculous.
Searching for answers, Michael found Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, where he underwent stem cell therapy.
I play basketball Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and so I'm getting my shot back. It's not back to where it was, but hey, before I couldn't even do anything. So 100% improvement of what it was.
Wow, that's great to hear. Would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I can share without a doubt that it helped me, and I'm grateful for that.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is one of the most spectacular venues with all kinds of character and hospitality, scenery. These people in this Kittitas Valley, they love when you come to see what they have to offer.
I'm JJ Harrison, Ellensburg Rodeo Clown, and I want to invite you to the rodeo. Come hang out with us in Ellensburg. Great rodeo, great time. 2 performances on Saturday. One is the Extreme Bulls of the Year event. Do not miss the Ellensburg Rodeo, August 29th through September 1st. We'll see you there.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto. at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Miserable road trip. No other way to describe it. Just 2 wins in 9 games. Mariners swept out of Philly yesterday in a game that looked a lot like the one that preceded it. Luis Castillo, not great, battled, exited early. Mariners came back, made it 3-2. Gino going yard, good for him. And then it got away from them. Totally imploded in the 7th. Taylor Saucedo gets lit up. The Phillies go on to win 11-2.
Offensively, another tough lefty, and he put some good at bats up there and tried to cut it close there at the end, and they were just able to add on and extend the lead. So a tough way to end it, and we get back home and start fresh.
I appreciate it. Bit of an understatement. They didn't just add on and extend the lead. It went from 3-2 to 11-2 in a hurry. Yep. It went from being a game, extending the lead to me as you score another run or two and then you got a battle. They dropped a 5 spot in the 7th, and it was pretty much all over from there. Here's what I liked, Brock, because there's a lot of negative to focus on here, obviously. I really appreciated Julio Rodriguez once again when things are at its worst, just like they were in Arizona and a couple other times throughout the course of the season, stepping up and answering questions after that game.
I'm ready to compete. I feel like I'm ready to compete, and I feel like that's what it comes down to. Regardless of what it is, regardless of what we're playing, regardless if it's a quick turnaround, we just got to show up and compete, and that's all we can control. And the results of the game, we can control it, but I feel like that's something that I try to do every time.
And pitching is the main culprit, and I'm never going to argue against that because, as you said, just like this city was built on rock and roll, this organization is built on pitching. And if they don't do it, you're not going to beat good quality teams. But the offense was also an issue, and those 3 lefties just absolutely, frankly, embarrassed you. I mean, the numbers, it was the second biggest. Did you see some of the numbers Lyle sent last night?
Yeah.
Strikeout differential, second biggest strikeout differential in the history of the Phillies. 46 strikeouts, and you only got them 13 times. I mean, for all the times that we have said this season, there's not a dominant team in baseball. right? And there's certainly in the American League, nobody, thankfully, that looks like the Brewers or the Phillies. But Philadelphia plays like that, they're going to be back in the World Series.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, Philly and Milwaukee, they're just better, right, than anything you're seeing in the American League. And to wit, the Astros lost again. They did manage to score 2 runs, but they lose again. Cleveland loses. Kansas City loses. Yankees won. Boston was off, a weird Wednesday off day. Anyway, Mariners will be off today, mercifully. Short homestand, A's and Padres coming to town.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We know they need some help in the pen, Brock, and they've got finally all of their starters healthy. So is it time to see if Emerson Hancock can help that bullpen over the last month of the season? Yes, it is. And yesterday he started that process through 1 inning in relief for Tacoma. Gave up a pair of hits, a walk, and a run, but the fastball was faster, touched 98, and was about 1.5 miles to 3 miles an hour faster, which is great. The only surprise for me is that he used all 4 of his pitches, 4-seamer, sinker, slider, change. I would assume eventually he will drop 1 or 2 of those and become a 2 or 3 pitch pitcher out of the pen, and maybe wants to try to figure out which one plays up the best. But yeah, I think this is exactly what they need to do.
And timing would be, from what you understand, I know Jeff Passan said it would be a couple weeks of kind of doing that.
He said a week or so.
Yeah. Is this something we can see on the next road trip, possibly?
Or soon after? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, bullpen needs it. They certainly need that help. I mean, this is kind of that time of year. You talk about the dog days of summer. I mean, it's late August, and maybe that also is part of the explanation for some of the starting pitching struggles of guys that have, tried to come back from injuries, that have not had a normal season in that way, and a bullpen that is obviously pretty taxed as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks headed to Green Bay yesterday. They'll hold a joint practice with the Packers today, and then a game on Saturday afternoon. Dave Wyman will join us before practice today at 9:30. Brady Henderson tomorrow at 7:30, once he had an opportunity to see it. This is probably the last real chance, right, for the starters, Brock, to get their tune-up. They're not going to play in the game, so
correct.
That game is really for the backups to try to prove themselves. So what can they do here this week?
Yeah, it's 87% humidity. So the temperature, thankfully, mercifully, as you said, is 67 degrees with a high of about 77. But 77 with 87 humidity will feel very different than what it's felt like on the shores of Lake Washington, save for that 190-degree day. So that will be good, just to kind of get in those elements. And Green Bay is what I call a very mature, established program. We went through all the rosters in the NFC and who is markedly better than the Seahawks, and we kind of put Green Bay and lumped them together. I don't know. I think they're a little further along with the continuity, certainly of their head coach and their program and everything else. That's a pretty mature group. So it will be it'll be a great test. Now, there's no Jordan Love. That's unfortunate. That's a bit of a bummer. But I'll tell you in Blue 88 why I do think this is maybe from a joint practice and even the game, maybe the perfect final opponent for the Seahawks.
Good to hear. Reports out yesterday the Vikings are interested in finding a veteran receiver. A couple of them were on the move yesterday. The Broncos sent, do you know how to pronounce this guy's name?
Devon Vele.
Vele. That's what I was guessing. All right, Devon Vele to New Orleans for something significant, a 4th and a 7th? For a guy, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, 7th-round pick. Loved him at Utah. I love Utah guys and K-State guys.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
All right.
Older guy, went on a mission, so he's like 26, 27.
Got
but
it.
he was a 7th-round pick to the Broncos 2 years ago, and they turned that into a
Chiefs
4th and
got
7.
a late-round swap for Sky Moore, who's not very good. So, I don't know, maybe there's a market for MVS, and according to Ian Rappaport, there may be other teams looking to acquire a wide receiver.
Right, and they are not alone, by the way, in teams looking for – it's not like you're going to go find – you're not going to find a Justin Jefferson anyway, but it's not like you're even going to go find a Jordan Addison. Those guys, with all due respect to the list we showed right there, don't really exist right now. I mean, Amari Cooper has not signed. Gabe Davis has done visits, has also not signed. What teams are really looking for now, as far as I can tell, is 4th and 5th receivers. You got teams like the Jaguars are looking for one. The Jets are looking for one. There's several teams that are in the market for 4th, 5th receivers, guys who can play special teams. We'll see if they can find them. A lot of times it's a player who might get cut for another player who might get cut, Judy. This is the kind of currency we're talking about this time of year.
Well, if they're looking for special teams guys, MVS doesn't fit the bill, but maybe you could get something legitimate
Bobo
back for Bobo or Derek. I don't know. All right, good stuff. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Hey, speaking of the regular season, which is approaching rapidly, Brock, we want to send one of you and 3 of your friends to watch the Seahawks game September 7th against the Niners at home. All you got to do is open the old Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab and then find out how. If you don't already have the app, then clearly you've not been participating, and here's the thing, and I question some of your life decisions, but okay, text the word app, A-P-P, to 866-979-3776, and we will send you the link to download. Very simple. Just text app to 866-979-3776. Enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest will run through Monday, August 26th.
Do we have any sense of this batch of Here's the Thing?
I just
Maura
based
talking
on
about that a little earlier. What do you think, Maura?
It looked good based
Strong
on
batch?
the
descriptions,
didn't it?
Mid batch.
You know, I never really know until we get into it.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I thought it.
I mean,
looked
it's not
good.
bad,
Yeah, it looked like it.
but it
would
takes on a life of its own once we're all reacting.
True.
All right.
I did see somebody came back like the Undertaker. He rose out of the coffin. I
Oh,
did see
really?
that. Uh-huh.
Maybe Paul Bearer will be there as well. You never know. Okay, coming up next, Brock, it's an off day. Is an off day going to be an action day for the Mariners in terms of their roster? Let's figure out what they can do, what they should do, what they will do next on Brock and Salk.
It's the final test.
Tonight, Charbonnet is going to rip off a big run.
Before the real deal.
You kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jobs are on the line.
You know, who's in on the initial 53, who's on the initial practice squad.
It's off to historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay for the preseason finale. Seahawks Packers, Saturday. Pre-game at 11 a.m. with Steve Rabel on the call.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Kickoff at 1 p.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
IBACs, watching, being around our football team, our baseball team. You guys know the players, coaches, everybody's focused on a mission. They know what they want. It's right in front of them. They're in go mode, and it's pretty inspiring for me, for you, for everybody here in the region. One of the big reasons we watch sports, right? To see what someone's capable of when they're locked in. Well, what are you capable of? Huh? What if you had the right plan? What if the right plan was right there in front of you and all you had to do was commit to doing it? That's what Eastside Weight Loss Clinic wants to find out. That's why they've helped over 4,000 people locally become better versions of themselves. I know some, you know some. I'm one of them, so you know me. I lost 35 pounds. This plan works. Not that hard. It's safe. There's no injections, no surgery. It's all real, delicious food that you buy at the grocery store with awesome recipes that taste good, and really, it's well done. The accountability helps. The coaching helps. It's all designed to help, and it really does work. Started off with just a 15-minute phone call. Schedule yours at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Step into automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Explore 300 incredible cars and 100 years of heritage. Enjoy thrilling racing simulators and the cafe. It's excitement for all, and out-of-town visitors will love it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener on Sunday, September 7th. Open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds of winning 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener. Do it every day August 19th through August 25th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. Only from the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, is celebrating the Ford Summer Sales event with incredible offers, like the 2025 Ford Ranger XL STZ Super Crew 4-wheel drive. Qualified buyers can lease one now for $324 per month for 36 months with $35.99 due at signing. West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Ow!
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You see any of this stuff with Taylor Sacedo?
Horrible.
It suck.
Horrible.
It really is. And, I don't want to give it too much press, and I know it's not the norm, and I know we all know anybody who's listening to this show is not one of these idiots out there who's telling a player they hope he dies or insulting his girlfriend or wife or parents or anything like that. Like, I just think too much of our audience to think that we're doing that stuff. But if you do have a minute, I thought Sacedo wrote a really nice couple of messages about it. Why it's upsetting, and then even more so why he keeps his DMs and stuff open or his mentions open.
Yeah.
Because he does like interacting with the fans. And I was saying earlier at 6, Brock, like, I stopped enjoying that at some point. Like, or not that I didn't enjoy it when it was good, but that the bad started to drown out the good. And at some point you just say, like, it's just not worth it to me to keep doing this anymore. And it's too bad.
For yourself personally?
For me personally, that's where I got to of just, and I'm sure I didn't have that, thankfully. But like, at some point it's just like, this isn't fun. Like I used to enjoy a lot of the interaction. And when that gets, I think, swallowed up or overshadowed by the negative,
well, I would hope,
I'm out.
Yeah, I would also hope, and I believe this happens. I don't know why it would not for the organization and the size that it is. Like, I had a death threat when I was in the NFL, and the NFL did not mess with that, and the NFLPA and the NFL security and all the people came about, and they went and tracked down that person, and that's not going to happen again. Like, and that person's going to get in some trouble. So I would hope that the MLB folks and security team would have that same kind of teeth to be like,
I'm sure they will, but saying I hope this happens to you versus I'm going to do it to you, I'm sure is enough to sort of escape any sort of legal ramifications there.
Yeah, quite possibly, but you put the fear of, in that person, that you just don't have the right to do this. Like this is we talk about throwing it back, crossing the line, and we can talk about fandom.
Right.
Like that crosses the line,
obviously,
and well beyond that.
What was the death threat for? What did you do?
Yeah, I'd rather not talk about it.
Really?
It was not great.
Really?
Okay. I think I've told you that before off the air.
You've told me some of the other thing,
Yeah.
but I don't know about the death threat part of it.
Yeah, it was kind of a scary deal, to be honest.
I'm sure it was.
So,
What did you do to deserve it?
Oh,
I mean, the answer is nothing, Brock. Nothing deserves that.
Honestly, you know what I did?
Threw a pick?
I'll be honest about that. No, I was just way too naive. I was just too nice and just too Pollyanna and too naive and too, sometimes too nice to people in that regard, and not having. And we talk about this, these players and the Julios, and I was never that kind of star, but I had some, local celebrity from high school to college and onto the pros. And, there's a reason that these guys put kind of barriers of protection around them. And I'll just send a nice note, or, hey, I'll say thank you to that, or, yeah, I'll take that little gift, and thank you. And it was just like, oh no, that was not in any way representative of anything beyond just trying to be nice. And then it just got a little
ugly from there.
Got a little creepy from there. Yep.
Well, anyway, I feel bad for Taylor Saucedo. Nobody should have to deal with that. I also agree with him that I don't think he's pitched very well this year, and he certainly didn't pitch very well
So
yesterday.
off days are action days, Salky. What are we going to do,
Well,
man?
that's sort of what I was going to use that as a lead into. The real answer, probably not a ton, which I know is frustrating. And as I'm kind of going through it, I don't know that I want that to be the answer, but I'm just trying to look at what they want to do. You don't want to panic, right? You don't want to panic and completely upend the roster and do anything drastic, and I don't think they would do that. But I do think it's an opportunity to improve the back end of the roster. And I think you've got 3 or 4 guys that could potentially help, at least in your lineup and on your bench. I don't know what you're going to do in the bullpen. My guess is Sauce gets sent back down, and maybe you're going to find somebody else to bring back up. I don't know who that is. Hancock's not ready to be that guy yet, so I don't know what that part looks like.
Okay.
But just in terms of the bench, I mean, some of the options you have are Leo Rivas, switch hitter, Miles Masterboni, lefty, Ben Williamson, righty, and I guess we should throw Samad Taylor onto this list as well as a right-handed. He's a switch hitter or right-handed hitter? I think he's a right-handed hitter who can play both the infield and the outfield, and we're probably going to need to come back to that name at some point.
So say that again. So you started with Rivas and Williamson.
Masterboni,
Yep.
Williamson,
yes.
and Samad Taylor. I think would be your 4 natural candidates to be called up. Cade Marlowe's left-handed hitting, not going to help this team as an outfielder right now.
Harry Ford comes September 1st?
Maybe come September 1st, although obviously the Victor Robles suspension is going to complicate that a little bit. But I don't see how that is like the thing that's going to change some of the challenges you have right now. So, all right, let's say you want to swap out 2. Let's say both Dylan Moore and Donovan Solano. And I don't think they will do this, by the way. I would be shocked if they swapped out both guys. But okay, let's say you do want to do that. Does it solve the problem? Who's going to play right field against the lefty? The problem you have with Dylan Moore out there is that they don't feel comfortable with Canzone and or Raley playing right against the lefty, and so they're going with Dylan Moore. Well, let's look through that list. Leo Rivas, an infielder. Miles Masterboni's left-handed. Ben Williamson's an infielder. So none of those guys play the outfield at all. The one guy that I guess you could look at as a Dylan Moore replacement right now would be Samad Taylor. Okay. Like, you could do that. You could
put him in a pennant chase with 34 games to go.
I mean, could it be worse than what did you say? What's the OPS right now for Dylan Moore against lefties?
In the last 3 months, 140.
Yeah, I think I could bring up Samad Taylor and see what happens rather than getting a 140 OPS. I mean, he's a decent player, right? He's been in the big leagues before. It's not like he's never been there. It's not my preference, but if you've got to do something until Robles comes back, yeah, I mean, I could do that. I don't know whether I would. And again, I think the Dylan Moore defense is probably enough to say, like, hey, he's not giving you anything offensively, but at least I trust him in right field on those days. I don't know. It's not a great situation. I don't have a good answer. Okay, if you want to go with Samad Taylor, I'm not going to argue. And if you say, hey, I just can't put him into a pennant chase, I don't think I could argue with that really either.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the other one would be Donovan Solano. But again, like, to me, that was where I would probably bring up Ben Williamson. for Solano and just say, hey, look, on those days, I would feel more comfortable with Williamson at third and Gino DHing.
Yeah.
That's probably a move I would make. But they seem to have kept him around here all year long, and I'm guessing there's a reason why. The dude never plays and has not played particularly well when he plays, and yet he's still here 20 games into the season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't think this has anything to do, by the way, with a couple $1 million they gave him, it has nothing to do with any of that. I mean, we have heard off the record that he has, played some of that kind of veteran role and talking to guys, but now you brought in Naylor and Suarez, that I would think their voice and their presence
would be enough.
Would kind of far outweigh that. So I mean, he's hardly playing. I think he had a 2-week stretch where he didn't even play. So yeah, I would think he would be as much of a struggle bus as Dylan is on, and it is historic. I mean, I've just never seen something like this for 3 months. He's fortunate that there's not really a better option from a right-handed hitting standpoint, and in the outfield at AAA or what have you. There is for a Solano. His name's Ben Williamson.
Yeah, and I guess if it's me today and I have to make 2 moves, those would be the 2 I'd make, Williamson and Samad Taylor. I'd call up Ben Williamson and Samad Taylor in exchange for Dylan Moore and Donovan Solano, and I don't know whether that changes anything that significantly, though. I mean, again, what was the problem on the road trip? Was it that Dylan Moore didn't get a hit, or was it that they didn't pitch very well?
Yeah, and they struck out a lot, in the front line guys. And Polanco had a terrible road trip, and Randy was pretty up and down. And Cal struck out a lot, did some damage and did his things. Now Eugenio had a nice double and a nice home run individually, but collectively there was.
Samad Taylor doesn't change Cal Raleigh going through a little mini slump.
And Josh Naylor had a pretty rough road trip, and we know he was under the weather, and maybe he's fighting a bug. And this off day and getting back home will be the best thing for a bunch of these guys that maybe we don't know, right? And Dan's not going to say, and he's going to protect it. It's really only after the fact to hear that, so and so's been dealing with this, and that guy has been under the weather, and that guy's got a bug. And these are human beings that have to perform, and we want them to be on tilt and performing every single night.
Yeah,
not realistic.
Lyle, you got anything there that jumps out to you? Is there any move that you would make today on your off day? Outside of maybe swapping out some bullpen arms?
I would take any of Ben Williamson, Miles Mastrobuoni, Leo Rivas, or Samad Taylor over Dylan Moore.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Also the defense thing, his defensive runs saved in right field are -4. His outs above average is -2. To me, every reason you're keeping Dylan Moore on this roster has been completely nullified over the last 3 months.
He's really disproven. You're right. All of the positives, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Yeah. I mean, and if you do it, though, I don't know that I could justify bringing up another left-handed hitter, because that's just another person who's not going to play. At least with the right-handed hitters, you give them an opportunity to maybe use them against the lefty. I don't see how you could bring up Mastrobuoni for Dylan Moore. I don't see how that makes a ton of sense.
Because he's played right field this year, and he's also OPSing, 500 points higher against lefties.
But you're not
Dylan
hurting for guys who can play right field. You've got 2 others who can both play right field. The problem is they're just left-handed.
Well,
Miles Mastrobuoni would become the 3rd option then to do that.
Yeah, I just don't care about that at this point. When you OPS 140 over a 3-month stretch against lefties, I don't care if you're a lefty or a righty. You got to hit the lefties.
I mean, that is absolutely true. But I think that's why, for me, it would be Samad Taylor instead of one of those 2 guys. And as much as I like Leo Rivas, he just, unfortunately, the positionality doesn't work out there as well, because he's not able to play the outfield. So,
and over the next 10 days, are you facing many lefties?
I haven't looked. I'm not sure.
Oakland has the one lefty that feels like he's been there since, I don't know, Eckersley. I think the Padres got that other. They got one left, but you're not going to see 3 in a row like you just saw of that ilk.
Of that ilk, yeah. And you're not going to see much of that anyway. Somebody said Ryland Thomas. Yeah, you had him up earlier. There's another opportunity, right? And he's hitting a little bit. So yeah, I mean, any of those guys to play right field, I could buy it. But are we really sitting here saying that the difference between the Mariners having success and the Mariners not is whether or not you have Ryland Thomas or Samad Taylor on the roster? That just doesn't, say that out loud.
It's about putting the best 26 guys on the roster for a playoff push. And every day, I'm sorry that Dylan Moore's still on the roster, you're not doing that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I agree with you. But, like, really, that's the problem? Guys, your starting pitching just got destroyed over the course of the last week. You gave up, what was the number? 57 runs in 9 games on the road. That's not Dylan Moore's fault. Dylan Moore got like 10 at-bats. Like, that is not the problem. I don't love it. Of course, yes, make the changes. But anybody who's sitting here saying, like, oh, if you could just replace Dylan Moore on the roster, they're going to take off? What are we talking about? You got to pitch. It's starting pitching. It always is starting pitching.
I don't think anybody's saying that.
Good.
By the way, the A's are going to give you 2 lefties out of the 3 days.
Then do it. Then call up Ryland Thomas or Samad Taylor, and I'm right there with you. I think it's a good idea.
Because Jeff Passan on one side, Salk, on Tuesday says, hey, listen, and I know we're not in the playoffs yet, and I know you're 34 days away from it, but what did he say? The 26th man on the roster is just as likely to be a star as the number 1 guy on the roster.
True. I don't know just as likely, but yeah, I get the point.
But we've seen it a bunch, and you don't know when number 24 or number 25 or number 26 has got to step up, and we've seen it through the years, those guys step up. Now, that's playoff baseball. Are we there yet with 34 games to go? 1.5 back in the wild card, or 1.5 back in the division, and in a while, like, are we there yet? Is that sense of urgency there yet? To just make sure that, man, when the bases are loaded, and there's 2 outs, and it's a 1-1 game, and in steps Dylan Moore.
Yeah.
Donovan Solano.
You know the way baseball works, though, so weird. Like, the Mariners will end up hanging on to him for 1 more game, and he'll hit like a game-winning grand slam or something like that because this game is just so messed up. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Today is an off day. Maybe it's an action day. We'll see if there's news tomorrow on that. Let's do some Blue 88.
All right, here we go, boys.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready? Right.
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Fix it.
I can't fix it. I don't have the ability to fix it.
His office is right across the way.
But I'm not in charge here. I'm just a guy listening to it, same as everybody else. What's with the way you say break at the end of that? Ready?
I don't know.
Like you have this, like usually break is said in your same gruff quarterback voice. And then break, guys. It's like you turn into Max Hall at the end of that.
Really?
Red, right, tight. Break. Sheesh.
Stupid.
I'm not stupid. What do you mean I'm stupid? You're the one going, ready, break. Hey, guys, ready, break. Minnie Mouse here. Jeez. Brock, why do you mean I'm stuck in the past? What is this all about? That's a question for Blue 88. Of course I'm stuck in the past. Everybody knows that.
Just want big running backs. Just want to run the ball.
Yeah.
You and Chris Long.
Yeah, the only other person who truly understands the Seahawks team.
Let him cook.
There's a lot that I see that I like, but this team is going to be all about complementary football, and that means that at times some of these new age football people might not like watching this offense play. You got to cut them some slack. They're going to run the football, and the question is, yes, they're going to run the football, but are they going to run the football on early downs? Are they going to run the football in places where people get a little bit like, you remember how people used to get mad at Pete Carroll? And not that he was calling the offenses, but like Shoddy was the OC, and they led the league in rushing a couple years, and they had this kind of conservative mentality, and all the analytics people were pissed because this is caveman football. But I think there's enough bells and whistles and cool things coming off of Clint Kubiak's system to keep the film snobs happy.
So good.
I think that I found like my soulmate now in Chris Long. I loved everything he said yesterday.
Got to find a way to get him on the show. Maybe next week. I'll talk to Howie. See if we can. And Howie's dog. Every time you talk to Howie, you just hear that dog barking. Every time he's come on with us.
You think
Howie? Be quiet.
You think Howie can remember Chris's number?
I think so.
All right, good.
Oh, I think he's still sharp. No, I think there's a ton of merit to that, and that's why this move was made. And I was listening to our sister station in Denver, Colorado, talk about failing fast and how and why the organizations under the Cronkies, be it the Nuggets, be it the Avs, be it the Rams, have won. Like if you've made the wrong move, fail fast. pull the string. Like, yeah, Russell Wilson's not our guy. And after 2 years, I don't care what the dead cap is, and it's more than any in the history of the league. We're going to move on. And the Nuggets have done it, and the Rams have done it, and the Avs have done it. Like, good ownership. And I included the Cronkies with the Broncos ownership. They didn't own the Broncos, but they're family, and they're running that kind of way. And I think the Seahawks are as well. Mike Macdonald, from everything I have heard, probably the one thing behind the scenes, and I don't say this enough, Salk, from everybody, is that I know Mike's presentation may not be like the loudest, most boisterous, like the biggest presence ever when he's at a microphone or a press conference, but behind the scenes, you feel his presence. And he makes it abundantly clear to coaches, to staff, to personnel people, to everyone in that building, what he wants and how he's going to go about it. And this marriage with Kubiak is exactly the marriage that he wants to pair with his defense.
All right, question number 2.
Lyle, were you a let Russ cook? Were you on the Mina Kimes cooking? Did you buy the pans and the pots and the silverware and everything else about letting Russ cook more?
Massive. Like every single second of it.
How are you feeling about that, huh?
I mean, I don't particularly enjoy watching a run-first offense. That's part of the reason I don't always jump in on all the Seahawks talk these days.
But do you ever admit that it was, like, wrong?
I don't get why you guys don't act like people have different takes all the time, and you guys act like this was the most wrong thing ever said or done.
I'm sorry, destructive to the culture of the organization.
The first 8 games of that season. The first 8 games of that season in 2020, sans the 2 Super Bowl years, were the most fun I've ever had watching football.
Come again? When he was cooking? When he was throwing for yards?
Those first 8 games.
When it was all about the quarterback? When it was all about Russ?
How'd it work out?
I mean, like Morris says,
don't bother, Lyle. Only they're right and everyone's wrong.
Exactly. I've learned that you guys can't be reasoned with on this subject.
No. This one was so crystal clear to me, though, of what it did destructively. We can have difference of opinions of who should play, who should start, what Mariners move you can make. But at the very core, philosophically, it led to the destruction of relationship. It led to, it became all about, it destroyed relationship with teammates. Even Pete Carroll, who had everyone's back, by the end of it was done with Russ. Like, it was such an unhealthy narrative.
Pete Carroll also let that whole thing get muddy and kind of did like half and half. He let Russ have a lot of, and then brought in, it just didn't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Shane Waldron was like stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
Do you remember when I did that rant about how the Smart 12s were going to be the end of the Seahawks? I'm not sure I was wrong. All right, what was question number 2, Brock? Why is Green Bay the perfect opponent to practice against today?
You remember the Green Bay game last year? Do you remember that stretch of games in the season?
What do you think?
Do you remember the back-to-back? It was Green Bay and then Minnesota, and you got to find a way to win one of them if you're going to make the playoffs, and you lost both of them. And you know what Green Bay did? Actually, you know what Green Bay did? Green Bay played some caveman football and just ran it again and again and again and again and again. Josh Jacobs had, 26 carries in that game? Like, that's the thing about this system and the Shanahan tree when it's done well is I don't know if Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay have ever been lumped into the caveman thing, but ideologically, they want to run it first and commit to that first and foremost, and all the bells and whistles come off it afterwards. So I do think, to Maura's point, there's somewhere always in the middle of an argument. And, Pete was maybe a little stuck in the caveman days and could have evolved a little more to the LaFleur, McVay, Shanahan, bells and whistles a little quicker. But Green Bay's going to give you that. And on top of it, for some of your most competitive battles, Salk, you know what else I love? All those fans out there today. You know what else I love? A little heat and humidity. You know what else I love? A pretty physical program with LaFleur and that defense in that front that's gotten after you. You've not had a lot of success in Green Bay over the years, right? We talk about Arizona and that stadium being a house of what? I don't like to say the word. H-O-R-R. Yeah, that. Green Bay and Lambeau Field has not been too kind to the Seahawks.
They've had their problems there.
Yes, they have. So I kind of like, even if it's a preseason game, I kind of like going in there and butting heads with those suckers.
I really love your fear of that word. Cracks me up.
Question
number 3. I don't like this question. I wish I didn't have to ask it, Brock.
What is it?
Why is Trey Hendrickson not going to be a Seahawk but maybe a Raider? I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a Raider. In my gut of guts. I think Pete Carroll's looking at his team and looking at this division and saying, I don't have a 5 or 6 year plan. How do I win and win now? And I win and win now, and I pair up Max Crosby and that guy, and it covers a lot of other ills and a lot of other warts. Because that guy's a kind of a pass rush first guy, and that's what I need. I got some other components on my defense, but I need that guy. I'm in a win now mode, and I see him going to Vegas much sooner than I see him here.
Don't care for it. That is today's Blue 88. We'll have to come back and address the whole let Russ cook thing a little bit later. We don't have time this moment, but we'll come back to it now that we know it's a source of friction. I'm sure we'll get back to that. Up next, though.
You guys are just very condescending about it.
Well, I wonder why. I wonder if it has anything to do with the way the let Russ cook people
things
talk
blowing
for
up
as long
also
as
didn't
they
have
did.
anything to do with Russell Wilson being somewhat selfish and like personality conflicts and things like that too.
Very much
How was
part
the
of it.
condescension from the other side?
Yeah, I think that's exactly where the condescending element comes from us, because the amount of condescension from the let Russ cook people was horrific for years. And then when it was wrong, they scuttled away and never said anything about it again. Like rats.
Because people never have takes in sports that they just scuttle away. That's what Colin Cowherd does.
Yeah,
but for some
we
reason,
made fun
Mina's
of him
like
for it.
singled out.
Who said Mina Kimes?
Her name was
Not
mentioned in this.
Who said Mina Kimes?
She was Brock when you guys were talking about it earlier. Brock did.
Sure, she's a front runner with it. Well, she's a
It's
part
everybody.
of it.
It's the whole crew of smart 12s.
I'm just saying people in sports do that stuff all the time.
You know what I say when I was wrong? I was wrong. I say it all the time. The let Russ cook thing was like a foundational element for a lot of people, and when it turned out to be completely bunk, they
Lyle
just
was
scuttled
wrong.
away.
Lyle Goldstein was wrong.
Oh my God.
Running away. All right, we
That
got
cowboy guy on Twitter was wrong.
just what happened to that? Is he still around?
I don't know.
I don't either. Scuttle away. All right, let's come back. We'll give you guys a little here's the thing. You guys have been calling in and making fun of us on the app. We'll play it for you next. I'm Brock and Salk.
This place is electric. When we get crowds like this, it's special.
There's something special happening in Soto.
It's amazing getting to, play in front of a sold-out crowd.
The roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave is different.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off two-run home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set with the first of 3 against the A's. First pitch at 7:10. The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. And take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Man, there is a lot of passion here on the whole let Russ cook thing still. We'll come back to it, I promise.
I think you and Lyle would have fought like cats and dogs.
I mean, and people on both sides of it. Everybody was blaming, wait, where to go? Brock and Salk, you guys are the biggest Russell apologists and lovers during his time here. True. You were the owner and CEO of his fan club. 360, Ben Baldwin, Jackson Bevins, and Mina Kimes were all very condescending about let Russ cook and how throwing the ball had a higher EVA. Yeah, it goes back and forth. Yep. We, at some point, will have to debate this a little bit further, but not right now.
No.
Because right now, we are going to celebrate you guys as you've left us messages via the Seattle Sports app. We call it Here's the Thing.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, that hating one kid thing has bothered Brock for a year now. That's why he gave that extra Madden code
Took care
out
of Montgomery yesterday. Montgomery, if you're listening, you're not, but your dad, I think it was Darren or Clark, I forget which one, won you the game.
Pretty good. Well, sort of. Tied you the game, and then Brock handed it to you. Here's Manny from Maui.
Here's the thing. So there's this video going viral on social media right now, and it's this guy and his wife doing this, like, King Kong reenactment, right? Everyone's got their phones out, recording, enjoying the show. I mean, the guy is going all out in the King Kong costume. Wifey is into it, screaming, yelling her head off. Then I look a little bit closer, and turns out it's a shirtless Mike Salk having a fight with his wife. Mike, you lied to us, bro. Quit taking your wife to Vegas. And Brock, did you get sentelled again? this time by the colorblind eyeglass industry? Bro, Molly's still picking out your outfits should have been the dead tell that they weren't working, bro.
Yep, I know.
As always, aloha, my brother.
Aloha, Manny. Mahalo. Is that a real thing that there's a King Kong video out there?
I don't believe so.
Oh, it's too bad. Wish there was. Could have been me. Here's Alex.
So here's the thing. I went to the UW mock game on Saturday, and every time Damon Williams and that first-string offense came onto the field, the Cowardly Lion can do it best for me. Oh, that was horrible. Oh. Yeah, no, it really wasn't good.
Jeez. I'm impressed he could get there, what with Carmageddon out there this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
This was last weekend. Was last weekend?
Yeah, the past weekend, right? This past weekend.
Yeah, it was closed last weekend.
Bad?
Yeah, I-5 was closed. It was not fun. So good for you if you made it to UW. I'm impressed. Here's Taylor.
So here's the thing. Sorry, Maura. This is my second message in probably like an hour. And I apologize. I didn't mean to do a second one, but I just finished the Mets versus Mariners game, and for the love of Pete, the Mets won, and you wouldn't believe the broadcasts on SportsCenter thinking like these Mets were going to win the frickin' World Series. You would have thought that they literally won the World Series. It's crazy. I guarantee if the Mariners win, you'd hear crickets. They wouldn't even broadcast the game. So mad right now. So mad.
You don't sound that mad.
No.
I don't know what to tell you. You don't sound
fake
very
rage.
mad.
That was kind of fake rage.
Fake rage.
Fake rage.
Yeah, you don't sound that mad. If you're going to get mad, let's get mad. But that's not
Taylor.
mad.
She can bleep stuff out on that,
Right.
Taylor.
Maura, I'm so mad right now. Let me tell you how mad I am. And you can tell I'm mad because I'm saying it.
Taylor's going to be breaking stuff in the background next week.
Well, just if you're mad, then let us know. Don't give us a half measure.
Well, a lot of people can't get to mad as quickly as you get to mad.
Well, can you get to mad at all instead of like, hey, I'm so mad. I'm smiling about my madness. Here's Galen.
Okay, welcome back to Jeopardy. Galen, you're still in control of the board. Dope, thanks. I'm going to go with dreadful team names for 400. All right. Not only does this team name not accurately describe the team as a whole, the originator of the name seems to think that it rhymes when it for sure doesn't. Galen, what is Macho Quattro? Correct.
I like how you even did the...
It's not that it rhymes. It just sounds good.
I
it sort
haven't
of
been big on
rhymes,
the macho
O&O.
part of it.
Macho nacho.
You're kind of macho more when you wear your leather jacket like today. It's kind of a macho look.
Is that leather or pleather?
Probably pleather.
It looks like leather.
I have a real leather one, but this one is from like Target.
Oh. Yeah. But it's got the zippers too. It's got like the zippers that stand out. I don't know. It's kind of a...
It's her biker gang.
Yeah. I expect more to come in and sing "Leader of the Pack" or something like that. All right, here's your buddy Zane, your wedding guest.
Here's the thing: the NFL's made the extra point a little more exciting. Well, here's an idea to make punting more exciting: age requirements. Every punter must be a minimum of 70 years old. You want to talk about an exciting play? Imagine hiking the ball to a gentleman who can suffer any number of ailments before or after the ball gets to him. He could fall asleep, break a hip, lose a tooth, lose his bearings, lose his balance, fall for an internet scam, be rated a liberal, try to figure out his smartphone, sulk, shame his pants, ponder his life, plan his day, or he might just simply die. But most likely, in any case, not even catch or even see the football coming at him. Exciting. But maybe, just maybe, once in a while he catches the ball and looses a punt. It sails in the air for 13 yards. Sound ridiculous? It is, because teams would never want to punt. And just like Lyle or Kyle or whatever the hell his name is hates bunting, I hate punting. Just get rid of it. Good day.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good.
He's going to have to win your favor back.
Yeah.
If you watch any of the videos that have gone viral, Salk, of this under 40U football going on? No?
No.
Oh, is
it good?
Fascinating. No.
I'm too busy watching over 70 softball. I get videos from my dad every day of what's going on in the over 70 softball league. My dad was talking about how we made a new friend. I was like, oh, good. You can tell him about your softball games instead of me. Here's Kevin.
Here's the thing. I summon the powers of the Trash Master because Lyle has an absolute trash take on his extracurricular podcast saying that his generation of Mariners fans have it the hardest because they don't even have 2001 to fall back on. Lyle, that season ended in a flame-out loss to the Yankees in the ALCS. There are generations of fans that have been alive for the entirety of this franchise's run. What? 2 peaks in All Valley? What are we talking about? Absolute trash. New nickname. It's not 2 plates anymore. It's 10 ply because that is Charmin soft.
Wow.
Dude, you got to watch Junior and Edgar in their prime. My generation grew up with Jose Vidro and Scott Spezio.
You got Felix.
Oh, they certainly did. They certainly did a lot around him to put winning teams.
You got Felix. You can't like pick and choose your arguments.
Ichiro.
I have no memory of one.
Cruz. You've had a lot of good stuff. How dare you? Here's AJ. Here's Adam.
Okay, here's the thing, Mike. I have to give it to you. You're right about AJ Barner being the ultimate utility player. I manage the bar at a high-end steakhouse here in downtown Seattle, so we get a lot of Seahawks guys in. Last night, the entire offensive line came in for dinner, which is not unusual, and I had to do a double take when I saw AJ Barner sitting right there with them. I've been here for years, and I've never seen a tight end with that group. He really does fit in everywhere. Ooh. You called it.
Good story. I like that. Ooh. That's pretty cool. All right, we got 2 more here. Let's try Levi.
Here's the thing. This is the pretentious, pompous parent parade that Mike Salk is a part of now from his kid's school. And I had to say, he's been a little short on his dues, but my goodness, did he deliver in spades the other day. We heard him talking about peaches and the type of peaches you should be purchasing. And gotta say, the peaches we usually like a little bit of gold dust drizzled on them, you know? That's neither here nor there. Mike Salk was talking about where you should purchase your peaches, and he was talking about not going to this place called Safeway. I mean, is there an unsafe way? A little joke there. But he's absolutely right. At least the Met Market. There are some other areas that I dare not speak of on air because, gotta say, they're kind of secret on the hush-hush. But just wanted to say, thank you, Mike. You're still delivering. You're still absolutely a part of the pompous, pretentious parent parade. And love the little show you got going on. I mean, we don't listen to it, obviously. But it seems like it's serving the simpletons just perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
That got you both coughing.
Yeah, I shouldn't even talk about how at my house, I'm the only one who'll step foot in a regular grocery store because if my wife has her way, she'd spend an extra $2 on everything at PCC. All right, one more, Brock, and then we'll be done here. Here's Ethan.
Blue 88 intro sounds terrible. The tackle sound like Salk eating a burrito.
I can't argue with any of that. You guys nailed it today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, give you everything you need to know. Jordan Palmer is going to join us at 8:30. If you want to leave us one of those messages, download the Seattle Sports app and take it from there. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
There's something special happening in Soto.
I feel like that's what happens when you add guys. It just changes the mojo.
That roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave, it's different.
This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set. Mariners, A's. First pitch at 7:10.
We believe in each other and we're ready to fight.
The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners. There's something special happening in Soto.
I feel like that's what happens when you add guys. It just changes the mojo.
That roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave, it's different.
This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set. Mariners, A's. First pitch at 7:10.
We believe in each other and we're ready to fight.
The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's refractive lens exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates, and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
From the roof to the deck, the siding to the gutters, and energy-efficient windows, State Roofing and Exteriors is your one-stop shop for home protection. With over 55 years serving Western Washington, we don't just work here, we live here. We know what your home is up against when the cold sets in and the rain starts falling. Right now, we're making it easier than ever to get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, ugly, probably the theme of this road trip, Brock. Things did get ugly once again yesterday late in Philadelphia. They were right in it, and in the seventh, they made it 3-2 after a Geno home run, and then Philly just blew their doors off in the seventh and eighth, and the next thing you know, it's an 11-2 loss. Just a bad trip. Just a bad trip. So now you get a day off, and you got to try to turn it around.
You're in this game any amount of time. You've gone through things like this, and it can turn back the other way very quickly. And it's good. It'll be good to get home. It'll be good to get back in our home ballpark, get our home fans back out there, and start getting back to work and doing what we do.
Got to do it quick. Thankfully, no one else winning. The Astros lost. Cleveland lost. Kansas City lost. Yankees did win. Boston was off.
How rough was that trip to Philly? How about those Phillies had 48 hits in 3 games, struck out 46 times?
It's remarkable. That is really remarkable in this day and age. Day off today. Short homestand. A's and Padres come to town starting tomorrow.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You may get a little help in the pen. I like this. Mariners finally, with the starting pitching staff healthy, can try to find out if Emerson Hancock can help them as a leverage reliever down the stretch. Started that process yesterday in Tacoma by pitching 1 inning in relief. Gave up a couple hits. One of them was soft, but a walk and only 1 run. Fastball, though, 98 miles an hour. I like the experiment. It's going to take him, I think, a little bit of time to kind of figure out what that looks like, and I think eventually he'll go from throwing 4 pitches to 2 or 3.
You think he has that? You think? I understand why Brash or Mooney and those guys, because they've got plus fastball, plus slider.
Well, his fastball at 98 is a lot different from his fastball at 95.
True.
I think that's why.
Is the secondary pitch a plus pitch, though?
I think if you were only throwing fastball changeup, he could be that.
Okay. Hope you're right.
I think that's the hope, is if you're just throwing 2 pitches, maybe you keep the sinker. I don't know, maybe it's sinker changeup. I don't know exactly what that looks like, or heck, maybe it's sinker slider. But my guess is if I were him, it would be 4-seamer and changeup, and maybe that's a reliever in this day and age where you only really need to throw 2 pitches. We'll see.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Seahawks going to start practice here momentarily. Dave Wyman will be out there, and we'll talk to him in about an hour, find out what's going on. Brady Henderson will join us tomorrow from there as well. Joint practices in Green Bay. Do you ever do joint practices in
Never
your time?
did.
They didn't used to be as common, right?
No. Well, yes and no. Those teams that got away, I know Damon did in his time. I guess that was... he was with the Chiefs. They remember they would go up to Mankato, Minnesota. So there were a lot more teams that went out and kind of camped. Okay. And those that camped somewhat close together, they could drive and make that happen.
Got it.
I believe only 5 of the 32 teams now actually leave their facility to go camp somewhere else. But this is cool. And from all accounts, we were really hoping that Kansas City would do that with Seattle last Thursday and get a chance to do it, because everybody has said that's attended these, they should just do these instead of the preseason games. Like, for whatever reason, the intensity ratchets up and all the situational ball, and it's a really, really good evaluation. And there are some spots on the bottom of this roster that are going to be defined by the competition today.
For sure. Good stuff. Also looking to find out whether or not there's a market for a wide receiver. Seahawks potentially have one to trade, and the Vikings apparently interested in finding a veteran receiver. They're not the only ones. Couple changed teams yesterday. Devon Vele went from Denver to New Orleans for a 4th and 7th round pick. Chiefs sent Sky Moore to San Francisco for a late round pick swap.
You want a little Heward family trivia? That's everything you need to know.
I do, generally. I think you know that I'm generally into Heward family trivia.
This.
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
Injured what Heward brother?
Luke.
Nope.
Damon.
Joint practice with the Minnesota Vikings. Remember when Brock Lesnar was trying to transition to be a defensive lineman in the NFL?
Yeah.
Yeah. In a non-contact, don't hit the quarterback, decided to, like body slam Damon and hyperextend the elbow.
Appreciate that.
It's really nice.
Thanks, buddy. That's nice. Thanks, Brock. I would have guessed.
Again,
I mean, Luke was
up my life.
Probably the most injured of you, right? So I guess I just kind of went down that road.
No, I think I would have been almost.
More than Luke?
Well, Luke had the heart arrhythmia and the torn labrum. That was it.
Well, but, it kind of ended things for him as quarterback. Yeah, so in that regard. All right, that's everything you need to know.
I mean, what's
and probably some stuff you don't.
Labrum?
Yeah. Some stuff
compared
you don't.
Compared to a hyperextended elbow, concussion, dislocated fingers. What?
Really hard
Love
to
this
say.
game. Love this game.
Jordan Palmer's the younger brother, too, right? He's Carson's younger brother?
Yes.
I wonder what that was like. I mean, because he was a good quarterback in his own right, obviously got into the NFL. He wasn't a great NFL quarterback, but have to be great to make it to the NFL. Mm-hmm. But you're looking across the dinner table every night, and there's the golden boy, Carson Palmer, #1 pick, Heisman Trophy winner, right? I mean, like, perfect form, perfect everything.
Maybe the most beautiful thrower of the football.
I mean, you've said that before, right? And so, like, maybe that's why Jordan has sort of ended up doing this and coaching players and kind of taking that road. I don't know. We're going to talk to him. He coaches Sam Darnold. He coaches Jalen Milroe. And the last time we spoke with him, he had some really cool insight. This time we'll have a little extra time with him. So we'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
It's the final test.
Tonight, Charbonnet is going to rip off a big run.
Before the real deal.
You kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jobs are on the line.
Who's in on the initial 53, who's on the initial practice squad.
It's off to historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay for the preseason finale. Seahawks Packers, Saturday. Pre-game at 11 a.m. with Steve Rabel on the call.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Kickoff at 1 p.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I know I've told you guys already, but I kind of can't shut up here about the new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is just beautiful. I can't believe what a good job they did. The views are everywhere, and they're, of course, stunning. But beyond that, the rooms are incredible. You can book them at snocasino.com. The new sports bar is gigantic with a phenomenal indoor-outdoor deal. So is the pool. The spa is incredible. Just the whole deal. I saw the new convention center. That's awesome. And for concerts, it's going to be even better. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Hey homeowners, John Curley here. Why not improve your home's comfort and efficiency now? Plus, save 50 to 75% by combining tax credits, rebates, and incentives on a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
This is Steve Ahmed, president of Pacific Power Batteries. We know that customers like to buy from nice people, people who we generally like and trust. We don't consciously buy from a corporation, a jingle, or a logo, but it's the little things, like knowing about batteries, how they work, and why they don't work. Maybe it's just a smile from Noe, or Brandon, or Jennifer, or even Travis. Ha! At Pacific Power Batteries, we do our best to hire and train good people so you can trust them. So come on in and put us to the test.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Motorcycle accident cases require a thorough investigation by a team of experienced legal professionals if they have any chance of being successful. Insurance companies, juries, and even the police tend to assume the worst about motorcycle riders. Get help from an experienced team of attorneys that have successfully resolved hundreds of motorcycle accident cases over the past 30 years. Call Davis Law Group for a free legal consultation or get my free book on motorcycle accidents at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park this Friday, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him. He puts him away, and the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day this Sunday and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this ought to be fun. It was the last time, and unfortunately, we didn't have a tremendous amount of time. So we thought we would bring back Jordan Palmer, and this time have him on video, which we like to do with our, the better looking of our guests. Right, the stars, the people that, that everyone wants to see versus, like we bring DJ out there so he can look like Justin Thomas and all that, right? And so Jordan Palmer's on that list, and so here he is on video if you're watching on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app. Good morning, Jordan. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're awesome, man. I got to tell you, like when we've spoken, the last time we spoke, I was
right after the draft, right?
Yeah, I was still a little nervous about the Seahawks offense. Excited to see, and the unknown of both Sam and Jalen, who I'm very excited about. But the offensive line questions, new coordinator, this and that. And I don't know. I probably shouldn't be so drastically affected by a preseason game, but the way they mauled Kansas City and ran the ball, 48 times for 268 yards? it kind of changed my whole opinion. Like, I'm really, really excited about this offense now. Am I crazy?
Well, this will be a fun conversation because my conviction in the Seattle offense this year doesn't have anything to do with that game. So we can kind of meet in the middle. But no, I think there's things you can take from preseason. There's the rest you throw away in terms of, whether you're a staff projecting, whether you're a fan hypothesizing, whether you're a better prophesizing, whatever it is. There's things you can take, but ready or not, football's here. And look, I think with the whole Sam Darnold narrative, going back to, his early days in New York, to everyone but myself being so surprised at how last year went. And a bunch of people will be so surprised that he was able to do it again in Seattle when I think it's inevitable. I think it's just a case where you can't unsee things that you've seen. And so when you watch a player at any position, any sport play poorly, you need a lot of, reinforcements to change your opinion and to replace what you've seen. But I think that's the difference between fans and regular civilians and world-class professional athletes, is their ability to reset and build. And so you're getting, inserting Sam Darnold at an incredible point in his career, with a staff at an incredible point in their career. This is not year one for everybody. This is not, you know what I mean? There's a lot of newness when you shift over from Pete Carroll and you shift over from Russell Wilson, all the moves that have made. And, but I just think this is a right time, right place league. And I think this is the right time, the right place, and the right people for this Seattle Seahawks offense. And I don't know anything about the defense. That's the only reason I'm just saying offense.
Jordan, we talk about that all the time. And I'm trying to think, honestly, like in the last 10 years, did one line stick with somebody as much as I'm seeing ghosts is unfortunately stuck with Sam? I mean, we bring national people on, we bring other people on, and they'll just, he just sees ghosts. He even said as much, and you just watch his feet and he gets rattled. He just sees ghosts. I'm trying to think of just a singular mic'd up line that has just stuck, especially with a young quarterback at that point, as much as that has seemed to do to some national folks with Sam.
No, I can't think of another either. The one that was at least, negative. And the crazy thing about that, I was watching that live. That's common phraseology in the quarterback world. You know that, Brock. I mean, a coach says, hey, let's not see ghosts out there. Whether that means throwing it to a guy, whether he's open or not, or mis-IDing a protection. And Brock, you also know that, that's not indicative of one person when you have a performance like that Sunday night game versus the Patriots. It is not one person. It is it was indicative of a team being out prepared and players being outmatched. And so that it's the irony that stuck with him, and the fact that he doesn't see ghosts anymore. And I think that was a momentary thing. But yeah, I think that stuck with him. And that's where I think, we talk about these individual traits in quarterbacks, right? A rocket arm, ability to make all the throws, athletic ability, mobility, when you're going through the draft process and you're breaking down all these tangibles and intangibles. But I think one of the superpowers that the best quarterbacks have, and flip this to what I do for a living when I do work with some of the top high school and college quarterbacks in the country, what is the superpower? If I could give them one thing, what would the thing that I would give them be? It's the ability to not give a crap what anybody thinks. I know that sounds like too holistic and oversimplified and granola, but your ability to not care what anybody thinks, I will take that over the ability to throw it 78 yards, over the ability to run a 4.44. It is way more valuable, particularly in 2025 when absolutely every single thing is scrutinized. And so Sam's ability to not care what people think is more impressive to me than his arm talent, which is, I think, among the tops in the NFL.
I think I see Brock scribbling notes there for Titus, his son, who's got his first game of the year tomorrow night. And Brock, that really echoes what I heard you say a couple weeks ago when you said, I don't think you can be a successful quarterback today if you're a pleaser, if you're a people pleaser.
Yep. Where were you
I've got a couple of boys.
Where were you on that, Jordan? Were you... it's funny because we were chatting right before you came on, Mike and I, kind of about your family and your history and Carson and you. And I had an older brother in Damon, and beautiful thrower of the football as well, and all of that. And just my mentality. And I was a middle child. And it really came to light at the end of my college and into my pro career is how much of a perfectionist pleaser I was, and just how I think, and especially in this day and age, how destructive that is. Where were you on that spectrum?
Honestly, looking back on it, knowing what I know now, it was the main actual difference between Carson and I. We're the same size. We were both 6'5", played between 233 and 238. We both ran the same speed. We both had the same parents, same quarterback coach growing up. You remember Bob Johnson? Yeah. Pretty similar, man. Some things I'm better at than him, and at the end of the day, confidence was one. And but the main thing was Carson still to this day, his ability. It's not even a trait. It's not something you would compliment him on, because I don't think he worked on it. I think he just naturally has never given a crap what anybody thinks. And I was the extreme other side of that. And for me, yeah, maybe being a pleaser, but really also the shadow of Carson Palmer in Orange County and what that meant. And then, he goes and wins the Heisman, and then I start as a freshman the next year. And so the expectations were like, well, his brother won the Heisman. This guy's going to be even better. And I heard all of it, and I processed all of it. And I had an inability. And just so you guys know, my two-year-old's behind me, and he's like wandering around the room. We're live, brother.
What's up, dude?
We're live, brother.
You don't care. You don't give a crap what people think.
Oh, he doesn't.
He's not a pleaser.
No, he
He's 2 years
he
old.
definitely does it.
He's on a surfboard.
But that's honestly the difference. Was the main difference.
So
and I've got 3 boys, and I've got one where I go, oof, and they all love football, and I go, all right, I hope he really gets good at wide out or tight end because of what we just said. Even though he can spin it.
It's interesting.
And I got one who I go, he's a quarterback.
It's interesting that you were the pleaser as a second child, or the younger child, because generally, and obviously that's a huge generalization, we see that more with older kids, firstborn, whereas the second comes out and is like, whatever, I don't care, I'm a stone cold killer out there. I know that's been Brock's experience with his kids, my experience with my kids, and I wonder if maybe just Carson you think it's just that he was such a big deal that it made it hard to live up to it?
I don't know. I've tried to unpack it. It was also pre-internet. You know what I mean? When he was the top quarterback in the country coming out of high school, if a bunch of people thought he was overrated and going to be a bust, he would have had to physically hear them say that, because there was no internet.
Right.
Yeah. And, it's just like he's coaching high school football. They have their first game tomorrow night versus my alma mater. Pretty awesome. A top 20. Both teams are top 20 in the country. And it's the same thing. He doesn't his inability to hear it. And so, I think it's an interesting thing as I raise boys, and I'm the younger of Carson and I, but I'm the youngest of 4. So I don't know how that plays out into the psychology of kids growing up and all that stuff. But I do know, looking back on it, that was a thing. I also think it makes me a great coach, because I can really speak to those guys. Whereas I think if you've never cared what anybody thought and you're coaching a player that does, I don't know how you would know what to tell him. And so I think it becomes a superpower for me in terms of my ability to communicate with my clients.
Jordan, I know it was only 4 throws in the game, and they were precise, and they were on time, and they were on target. Sam's preseason game last week. We've been to some of the different practices. You certainly talked to people that have been to all of them, and the offense is starting to gain some confidence, and they're in Green Bay today practicing and everything else. I'm curious, as a coach, I'm sure, do you see some of the practice tape? Does he send you some of the clips? Do you get a chance to kind of, with both him and Jalen, kind of monitor where they have been through training camp here?
Yeah, I've been able to follow along pretty closely, and I think as it pertains to Sam, really just given the reins like this. Last year he was given the reins, but given the reins and a 1-year contract, and so I think there's a peace of mind that comes with that. Where, you guys have been around him enough probably by now to know that this is as simple and honest and hardworking of a blue collar guy as there is, who just wants to have a team and just wants to build it and wants to do it right. And so I haven't seen major changes between last year and this year mechanically, because I think a lot of that stuff is done and set. The minutia that we're working on, and we spent this offseason with, because I do 6 or 7 weeks with Sam every offseason in the beginning with no ball. So really just reconnecting, mostly on a basketball court. We do these 90-minute sessions on a basketball court, and just really understanding the movement, because coaches tell you what to do. They don't tell you how to do it. And so really just repatterning out his movement and strengthening different ranges of motion. And then we looked at last season, every single way that he left the pocket. We pulled the most common ways that he left the pocket. And then we built those movements into a training program this offseason. So before he touches a football, he's 2 months in to all of the different movements that he's doing. Rewind the clock 12 months ago, getting ready for a new offense with Minnesota, then we take the new footwork and we pattern that out. And that's what we do with rookies and with quarterbacks who have new coordinators or hit free agency. And so Sam, I think, is just so set in his patterning and his movement that you're talking about. I don't know that he'd be able to answer it even, in the media of like, what are you working on? You hear guys say things like footwork and accuracy, but it's a lot more detailed than that. I've just seen a steady evolution of that. And then on Jalen's side of things, there's a lot of newness. He had a different coordinator each year. He had to play last year without the first year without Nick Saban, which was a major, major change. All the pressure's on him. Now he's a rookie. And so I've just seen a lot of things that we spent a lot of time on this offseason because it was draft prep, showing up in practice tape, whether that's staying connected on your front side when you're hitching and using your front side to stabilize to turn your hips. And I can get real nerdy here. I'm seeing that, in practice tape. And even just a consistent gun stance and consistent first movement from gun. These little things that we take for granted. That's the stuff that you want to get really good at when you, I would say, are blessed to not have to play right away as a rookie. That's the thing that you can spend time doing it, because when you get drafted and are expected to play right away, you have so much other stuff you got to get ready for. You can't worry about the little things. And so I think Jalen's in an incredible spot for development, for him to continue to actually have the space to work on, continue to evolve without having to, prepare to play on Sunday.
Jordan Palmer with us, who is now coaching both Sam Darnold and Jalen Milroe. What are just some of the benefits of this offense for those guys?
Brock, I'm curious what you think. I kind of feel like all these offenses are the same. Spread and like West Coast. Everybody runs a bunch of versions of drive. Everybody's got the same quick game packages. People like to push it vertically. If you get pressed across the board, let's throw a slot fade. So I do see a lot of, and I'm over exaggerating. There's some intricacies that are very specific and fingerprint style to each offense. But I think it's, for me, when I think about Seattle's offense, it's really more about the personnel. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba, adding in Cooper Kupp, guys that they're heavy. They're really feel guys. There are a lot of things, but one of the strengths I would say is they're feel guys. And I've just, third party, first person, whatever, witness the communication, the level of communication between Sam and the receivers. It's not like that everywhere else, whether it's because the quarterback doesn't see it that way or because the receivers can't understand it when the quarterback explains it that way. And so when you have a high level IQ in the wideout room, in an offense that wants to throw the ball, which is every offense, and a quarterback who's done it at multiple places with a lot of different players, from Justin Jefferson on down, I just think this offense is going to be able to make a mistake once and not again. And honestly, over the 18-week season, heading into the playoffs, that's more so than a playmaker or an after-the-catch guy. I want receivers who don't make the same mistake twice. We weren't on the same page. We talk about it, and then boom, it never happens again. I think that's how you build an incredibly explosive offense.
Are you familiar with Belmont Hill, an elite academic institution in the Northeast, Jordan? You ever trained a quarterback at a Belmont Hill?
It's really too bad.
That's where Jake Bobo is from. And he did a great job earlier in the week explaining some of the offense. And while you're right, I don't disagree. Like, here's a Rolodex of all these different packages of plays. And I would say the amount of under center that we'll see this take shape this year with the Seahawks, how much they do, is vastly different than certainly a year ago. And then what Jake Bobo went into some detail that I don't think, Jordan, a lot of teams, even at the NFL level, do well, and that is make things look the same. Sean McVay does it. Shanahan does it. O'Connell does it. The elite guys
Detroit does it.
Detroit does it right at the top of the list with Ben. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. While the systems are the same, that would be the conversation to me, is there are about 6, 7, 8 that seem to do it at a level of illusion, of complexity that you hear about all the time, and I sure hope these Seahawks can do that.
I think that's really the way to win. I mean, people try and win with confusion all the time, and the reality is the most confusing thing is what you just said, Brock, if when they line up in this formation, whatever this formation is, they really like 8 things out of it. that's the way to win with confusion, the shifts and the motions, and a lot of times you confuse yourself. And so I think your ability to make 3 or 4 things look the same, whether it's running inside zone out of a 2x2 and then having a play action off of it, and then having a play action throwback screen to the tight end off of it, and then having it's just layers off of that. And so I think you win with that as opposed to more formations, more shifts, more motions. And so, but honestly, training camp, we don't know what the Seahawks offense is going to be until they start playing and continuing to call the things that they're good at. Right. And in spring, you introduce everything. Training camp, you throw everything at your offense. And then you learn. That's my experience is, a lot of times you go into the year going, we're going to be really good at this. And you get to week 7 and you're like, we're actually majoring in that, because if you're really good at something, you should do that more. And I think, the number one trait that I've seen in great coaches is like the only common denominator.
Click. Right on. I think that kid might have actually ended up knocking them off the air there. Kid's crawling around. He's on a surfboard trying to play with the TV back there. He might have just unplugged the power or something like that, and that's unfortunately the end of Jordan Palmer joining us.
Are you sure? Because it's been about 18 minutes with Goldie every time.
You think so?
I don't know.
We haven't had that problem with anybody else. I don't know. You think this? You think it's on our end? You think you think Kyle has this set like, hey guys, you can only have a guest for 18 minutes, then we're going to turn this thing off on you? I don't know.
I think I'm so scared and scarred from that Goldie where you thought he literally hung up on me for the question.
I was pretty sure he did.
Yeah, and he made it very uncomfortable.
I still think he did, to be perfectly honest with you. All right. Well, unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to Jordan Palmer. But that was great, and there's a ton of good stuff in there. And it's too bad because I had some sound for him that I was going to play before the interview came to an official close because a texter pointed out, and really shame on all of us.
Oh, no.
Shame on you, shame on me, shame on everyone in Seattle. Seeing ghosts is not the one line most associated with one quarterback. And you should know this, Brock. You should know. Oh, we have Jordan? Okay, we have Jordan. Do you want to hear it? Because this is shame on all of us. There is one line that is associated with one quarterback. It is just as painful, unfortunately, as I was seeing ghosts, and everyone should be familiar with it.
Seattle has won the toss. We're going to score. Oh, boy.
I mean, that is the one. Poor Matt.
Never mind. That's the one.
That's the one, right? Thank you to a texter who reminded us. That's the one. And we love Matt. Matt did a show with us every week here for a year or two. But that is, unfortunately for him, everyone knows we want the ball and we're going to score. Not everyone knows seeing ghosts. That is a tough one.
Yeah, but the confidence, the same thing that triggered him saying that is the same reason that he was a 6th-round pick and played for like 19 years. You know what I mean? It's like, it's the same thing.
100%.
So,
okay, so cut off beautifully.
Boy, is that a tough moment though when you throw a pick six
all right,
to lose?
So the number one most important trait in the great coaches that I've been around is humility. That when the guys feel like they have everything figured out, and we've done it before, and we won it back in 2006, it's like you just capped your development. And it's the guys that continue to evolve who do not think they have it figured out. And I'm referencing my time with Nick Saban, my time with Bill Belichick, my time with Dabo Swinney, my time with Sean McVay, my time with some up-and-coming coaches that may not even be on anybody's radar, where I go, this guy's going to be really good. And that's what I'm hearing a lot. Those are the vibes I get out of a lot of the staff that's in Seattle right now is, this is how we did it last year, but it's a new year. And how can I get better? And how can we change it? And how can we simplify this? How can I make this easier to learn? How can I make this more explosive? And so it's not a work ethic thing. These guys all work hard. Not all of them played. Very few of them were very good players, right? So that you start looking at these common denominators. They're not white, black, Polynesian. There's no, you know what I mean? It's not, there aren't common denominators that you typically have when ranking different people that have the same job. And so the thing that I found is humility. And there's a story I have about, one of the biggest names coaches in the NFL. And I don't know if he's come from a share of the story, so I'll leave him blank. But like one of the best coaches in the NFL, I gave a speech during COVID on Zoom to this organization of coaches. And I didn't know until I got on the Zoom. And a former coach of mine, Mark Tressman, asked me, "Wait, will you give your confidence presentation that you give? Will you give that to this?" There's me, a bunch of coaches on there. And I get in there, I'm in the waiting room, and it's like every coach. from Belichick on down. I'm like, start getting nervous. I'm like, oh, all right. So I have my little 30 minutes and I give my speech. And one of the biggest named coaches in the NFL randomly about an hour later texts me, says, hey, this is so-and-so. I was blown away by your presentation. I would love to spend some time with you and learn more. And he did. He came in town and he spent a day at my office.
That's cool.
And I offered to go there and offered, no. He came and I didn't have time to ask him questions because he was asking me so many questions. Because he goes, look, this guy, Jordan, knows something more about this one thing than I do. And I think I can learn from it. And after that experience, I go, okay, it's humility. Yep. And that guy still today is one of the biggest name coaches in the NFL. And like after that experience, you're just like, well, then this is the thing. It's not talent or intelligence. It's just your ability to just check yourself. Like, would I want to be coached by me? Like, would I be the right coach? I've heard Sean McVay say that. Like, can I get better? Can I simplify things? And so I think when you have a young staff, typically younger coaches, I think you get that.
Well, you're seeing it with Mike Macdonald right now. I mean, yes. he's got a whole team. They hired a consultant to watch his team speeches and presentations and give him feedback. And he was talking to us about that publicly. So I think that's a really valuable insight. Where does, just as we let you go here, where does this rank on famous quarterback quotes?
Unlimited.
Unlimited.
Because I don't know that this one is great either.
Okay.
I don't know that that's his worst one.
Really?
Mr. Unlimited.
It was pretty bad.
That guy scared me away from Subway sandwiches for life. Like, I'm like a Jimmy John's guy now. Like, I don't know that I'll ever eat Subway again.
Jordan, thank you.
And that's one that was mic'd up.
Yeah.
I got some quarterbacks who've been in rooms with him.
Jordan, thank you. Jordan. This is a lot of fun. We appreciate it. Thanks for jumping on video. We'll talk again. Really valuable insight. There's Jordan Palmer and Brock. We'll be right back. We are counting down the most intriguing Seahawks.
Oh, no, we're not. Counting down Russ's 10 best
No,
clips.
we're not. We've done that before, but that's a pretty... He just said that's not even the worst one. What's worse than that one? Maybe the high knees? I don't know. We'll be right back with the number 12 most intriguing Seahawk on Brock and Salk.
This place is electric. When we get crowds like this, it's special.
There's something special happening in Soto.
It's amazing getting to, play in front of a sold-out crowd.
The roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave is different.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off two-run home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set with the first of 3 against the A's. First pitch at 7:10. The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, that was fun.
Can we just please rank 10?
We did that already.
I know.
We did that a while ago.
It'll be more intriguing than your 12th.
How dare you? See, that's not very nice.
No, it's not a shot at you. It's
425 says, I think it was the lunch lady bit. 360 says it was Let's Ride. 209, the Wendy lady.
The Mother's Day video that you had everybody try to get through.
I can't even try to listen to that one. Thanks.
Remember when you were timing how much of it people could watch?
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cringe-worthy moments there with Russ. 206 says, here I was thinking it was Joe Namath harassing a reporter. Yeah, but that was much later. That was after he was done playing quarterback.
Correct.
I want to kiss you. That didn't go well.
We should have gone silent.
The Jets are struggling. The Peyton one should be, right? That we should have gone silent, but I don't think anyone outside of
MVPs
this show really
Super
knows
Bowls.
that one.
He's got a little more equity.
He's got a little more equity.
A little more streak
And by the way, when I think of Peyton lines, actually the one I think of is the one you told me about him on the plane. and I don't think I can tell that story, but the thunderstorms and the plane.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
I mean, that is one of the greatest stories I've ever heard. Yeah. But we can't tell that story, right?
No, we can't. So we got to get to the most intriguing.
Good.
Here we
it's
go.
Such a good story. That's too bad. Let's count down. We are counting down the 20 most intriguing Seahawks, and today we are on to
number 12.
I don't know that this guy would have been on the list, or certainly this high on the list before training camp started. But as we sit here today, Tory Horton is the number 12 most intriguing Seahawk because he's worked his way into starting reps. He's maybe bumped MVS off this roster. He's jumped ahead of Jake Bobo and Derek Young and put them in a competition for really a roster spot in all likelihood. And he seems to be establishing the one thing that this offense doesn't really have, which is that sort of explosive, deep threat, traditional number one kind of receiver. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to be the best receiver on the team, certainly not year one, day one. But it does mean that he can maybe play that role as what is it, the X receiver, right? The guy who is on the line of scrimmage, running deep, taking coverage away from guys who are probably a little bit more suited to play on the other side, like Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba. So he is a lot higher on my list now than he would have been even a couple of weeks ago. We'll see what happens with the injury. Obviously,
he wouldn't have been on the list going into training camp.
Probably would not have been. I didn't even think he was going to be able to play right away.
He didn't participate much in the OTAs. They were very guarded and very careful with the catastrophic injury a year ago, and there's no way he makes top 25, fifth round pick, Salk, who didn't participate really in the offseason.
But this idea that he could have been a top 3 round pick, maybe a second rounder in all likelihood if he hadn't been hurt, and now seeing him healthy, you can see very quickly why that conversation took place. Here's what his offensive coordinator likes about him.
Well, usually you play how you practice, and he's put together some solid practices. He's still a rookie with a lot to learn, and there's new details he's going through every day, but it was good to see when the lights came on, he was the same guy he was here on the practice field.
Well, and we did get to see that in the first preseason game. Unfortunately, now he's got this little ankle injury that he's dealing with, so we'll see what that ends up meaning when it's all said and done. But I think you are really, really he's filling a need. I guess that's why he's so intriguing.
He's got a trait that the others don't have.
Yeah, right? Like he's just got this speed-size combo they don't have.
That's right. Other than MVS, and MVS, again, is almost a decade into this league and been in a lot of different spots for different reasons.
We talked about some of that confidence and cockiness with Jordan Palmer. Generally, you want a wide receiver to have at least some of that, and it sounds like he does. Here he is telling the story of his 40 time.
I got cleared, I want to say, 2 to 3 weeks before the combine, and the trainer was like, hey, we're going to work. And we're gonna see how bad you really want to go run at the combine. And they gave it to me real. They was like, it's gonna be hard, but we believe with your competitive mindset, you can go do it. So it was quite a push, and I wasn't 100%. I wasn't even 70%. So that just goes to my competitive nature of going out there and seeing those other guys run.
Wasn't 70%, but ran a 4.41 140. So clearly there's some confidence there, Brock.
You know what else he's got I think about, and actually Jordan spurred some of this thought as he talked about Cooper Kupp and JSN. As good as a QB room is, that is a great wide receiver room too. Derek Young and Jake Bobo. I mean, you're talking high football IQ guys. Experience with MVS, experience with Cooper. JSN's still a young player, but I would co-sign 100% what Jordan said about just feel. Those are feel and instinct guys. And as you try to learn, hey, man, how did you see that? How did you know that? Well, you bank all these reps and, kind of like Josh Naylor watches every play and every pitch and every movement to learn. You got to do the same. And he's got just some tremendous people in that room elevating his game as well.
So there you go. Number 12 on our most intriguing Seahawks list is Tory Horton, a guy that very rapidly climbed the list.
So that means tomorrow's number 11, and that means Sunday will be 2 weeks from 49ers coming in.
Yeah, we're not that far away, man. 2 weeks away. You're going to get a little final look at this preseason here on Saturday, and then it's, a week off and then go time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting between now and Tuesday. You started to see it percolate yesterday in the NFL kind of news cycle with some trades of defensive tackles, trades of wide receivers. This is kind of the time before this deadline Tuesday where you set your roster, where these pro personnel scouts, you spend a lot of time talking about the college scouts, right? In that acquisition phase leading up to the draft, and it's prime time and it's big time and everybody talks about it. But so this little phase here can be pretty critical too. Whether that's, player 30, 40, 50, whatever it is, like this is your making sure you round out your roster. And do you have some areas where you feel like you've got some supply? Do you have some areas, where you need some people? There's some demand. And we know this, John and the personnel department tend to be pretty aggressive. And if they want to make a move, can find a way to make a move. And I'd be pretty surprised Tuesday that there's not somebody from the outside on this roster.
Happy Mother's Day to the prettiest girl in the world. The sweetest thing.
So sweet.
Most precious.
Most precious.
Most loving. Kind. Thoughtful. That's what you are. I love you.
I love you too, baby.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thanks, baby.
So, that third baby.
See, what did you always
Yeah, I can't go. That's as far as I can go. I tried.
Me too, and I was going to play this.
It's Wendy the sweet Wendy lady, and her name's Wendy. She's in the cafeteria every day.
That one's funnier. That one might be the funniest. That one's funnier than Mr. Unlimited. It's certainly funnier than the Mother's Day thing. That's just cringe. But
How about Dangerous? Wasn't there a Dangerous?
Yeah, Dangerous
too?
is in there. I think that's part of the Subway commercial too, right? The Dangerous. I don't know, man. But that the Wendy lady one is freaking hysterical. We'll come back with everything you need to know. And then Dave Wyman will join us from Seahawks practice, which is underway right now in Green Bay. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You ever done anything dangerous? Oh, jeez. That is dangerous.
back. It's the final test.
Tonight, Charbonnet is going to rip off a big run.
Before the real deal.
You kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jobs are on the line.
Who's on the initial 53, who's on the initial practice squad.
It's off to historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay for the preseason finale. Seahawks Packers, Saturday. Pre-game at 11 a.m. with Steve Rabel on the call.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Kickoff at 1 p.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, it is fun being around these teams right now. Football, baseball, everybody's focused, right? They're on a mission. It's the beginning of the season in one case, coming down the home stretch in the other. They all know what they want. It's right in front of them. They're in go mode. Super inspiring to me, to everybody around here. It's one of the reasons we watch sports, right? To see what someone is capable of when they truly lock in. Well, how about you? What are you capable of? What if you locked in? What if you had the right plan in front of you and all you had to do was commit to it? Man, that's what Eastside Weight Loss Clinic wants to find out. It's why you got to call them and just set up a 15-minute conversation. They've helped over 4,000 people here locally become a better version of themselves. I know many of them. Chances are you do too. I'm one of them. The plan works, right? It's not that hard. It's very safe. No injections, no surgery, real food that is fresh, delicious. You buy it at the grocery store, nothing prepackaged, just vegetables and meat and chicken. Like, you'll see it. It really does taste good, great recipes, and you won't be hungry while you're losing weight. It's incredible. All it takes is to start off here with a 15-minute consultation. Schedule yours by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Bump letting you know the Labor Day sales event is on at West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. The 2025 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duty brings muscle and good looks with class-leading torque and towing. Don't sleep on the new grille, LED lights, and tech upgrades. On sale now for $8,000 off MSRP, subject to credit approval. Offer ends September 2nd. West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it!
Our bats are back, and the ballpark is rocking like 2001. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Rynair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're proud this year the Stern Sinus Center was just named a nationwide center of excellence. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Step into automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Explore 300 incredible cars and 100 years of heritage. Enjoy thrilling racing simulators and the cafe. It's excitement for all, and out-of-town visitors will love it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, man, bad road trip. Not a lot of positives to take out of it. That's not entirely true. Julio heated up and hit another home run yesterday. Gino started to heat up. He hit a home run yesterday as well, which at the time looked like it might get the Mariners back into
The 2-1. Swung on, lift off left field. It is hammered down the line. It is gone. Goodbye, Eugenio Suarez. Just tucked it in right down the line. The Mariners take one back. A solo blast from Gino. It's now 3-2 Phillies.
Yeah, and at that point, right, heading into the bottom of the seventh, you're like, all right, run down, and you still got your leverage guys in the pen, and unfortunately, Saucedo came out with for the seventh, and it just got away from him very, very quickly. He gives up a 5 spot. The next thing you know, it's 8-2, then 11-2, and really that's all she wrote at that point. Dan Wilson on what happened yesterday.
Offensively,
another tough lefty, and he put some good at bats up there and tried to cut it close there at the end, and they were just able to add on and extend the lead. So a tough way to end it, and we get back home and start fresh.
17 Ks. Good at bats.
Was that the number yesterday?
Yeah.
It was 15 the day before.
Yeah, it was 14, 15, 17.
And amazingly, they didn't even have to face the Phillies' best starter because Zach Wheeler's on the IL.
14, 15, 17. Where 57% of the time, the Phillies defense didn't have to do anything. They just got to watch their lefties just mow you down one after the other after another.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's not a promising stat right there. That's not indicative of a lot of really good at bats. There weren't a ton of walks to go with it. You had a couple of home runs, but unfortunately, just not really able to do much. I did say this earlier. I'll say it again. I appreciate these little things, and it's, for me, one of the ways I think Julio is growing up and maturing as a leader on this team. He's spoken a couple of times now when things have sort of felt worst. At the end of, I think, the Arizona road trip, he stepped up and talked. And yesterday in the dugout, or in the clubhouse, rather, there was Julio knowing that it's part of his responsibility to speak in those moments. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it was tough, but I would say it's like this game is tough. This game is tough. They were a really good team, and, they beat us. But I feel like the key is how we respond as a team. It's easy to, go through a time when it's easy, when everybody's playing good and all that. But it's how do we respond in this situation? I feel like every team goes through things like that. Every team goes through things like that, and it's baseball. It's baseball. It's just like, we're going to have a nice day off. We're going to be playing at home in front of our fans in our ballpark, and I know everybody's looking forward to that. And, this game is how we're going to leave everything here, and then we're going to reset and play our game in Seattle.
Yeah, by the way, it's not just that he spoke. I think the words are very sage.
Thoughtful. Yeah. Win 9 out of 10, you're at the top, you're at the pinnacle, you're at the top of Mount Rainier, and then you lose 7 to 9 and get blown out in many of those. Yeah, it's the nature of it. It really does come down to, the coach at the school says it all the time, this is a game of response, not a game of momentum. It's all a game. Football, basketball, all of them in this day and age, as scrutinized as they are and as public as they are and everything else, like, how are you going to respond? And that long flight home, you gain 3 hours, going to be a beautiful weekend in the Pacific Northwest. You get an off day today. Let's hope they respond the right way.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Also appreciate being a little proactive here as they need help in their bullpen and finally have their starters healthy. So Emerson Hancock found his way to the bullpen in Tacoma last night. Their 1 inning of relief, gave up a couple hits and a walk and a run, but the fastball ticked up by almost 3 miles an hour. He was touching 98. To me, this is an experiment worth continuing, right? If he can continue to gain that velocity and figure out what it looks like for him as a 1 inning pitcher for the rest of this year instead of a long, starter. Yeah. I love it. And if he can start to figure out which 2 or 3 of his 4 pitches are the best and start really focusing on what that looks like in a short stint, I think you may have something down the stretch. We'll find out.
Hope so. And down the stretch here is where we come. 34 games to go now. Right, and you look at it, 6-game homestand and 9-game road trip, and like you just can now really start to map these things out, plan these things out, and that's going to be finding that next leverage arm in that big moment that you trust. You know it's going to come into play. You just know it. Just like you knew this is going to be a difficult series, you just know over these final 34 games, somebody has got to add to Spire and Mooney and Brash, and even Mooney and Brash are showing a little wear and tear over this last month. So that is a heck of an opportunity, I think, for Emerson Hancock.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Practice already underway, Brock, in Green Bay. And so, we're going to talk to Dave Wyman in just a couple of minutes and get a sense of what it looks like, what the Seahawks are doing with the Packers there. But a joint practice today, day off tomorrow, or walkthrough, I guess, tomorrow. And then the final preseason game will be Saturday. But doesn't sound like you're going to see a whole lot of recognized faces on Saturday.
Now, I wonder if this will be the game that we get to see 3 quarters of Jalen Milroe.
I'd like to.
Right, we've seen him kind of in short little spurts, maybe less than I anticipated, to be honest with you. with that thought of like, well, Drew, and especially the way Drew has played in this preseason, like, okay, kind of cemented that spot. Now let's let the young guy go out there and run around and play. And Jalen Milroe's played in some amazing places down in the SEC. He's been in amazing venues. He got to play in the Rose Bowl a couple years ago, Salk. But I'll say it loud and proud, man. There are very few places on planet Earth like Lambeau Field. Even in a preseason game number 3, that thing will be packed. It has just got an aura. You feel, speaking of ghosts, you feel the Lombardis and the Bart Stars and the Paul Horton. You feel them when you're in that place and in that venue. So cool opportunity for him to get a whole lot of runs Saturday night.
All right, there you go. That's everything you need to know. 425 saying it would be nice if they added Logan Evans to the bullpen for long relief. Well, they may, but he's on the injured list right now. So probably going to take a little bit of time and allow him to get back from that.
How about Cade Anderson? Can we ramp up Cade?
That might be a little soon. It's not impossible, but that might be a little soon for that.
How could you not watch that series, though? And as good as the Mariners pitching has been historically, you pointed the numbers and some of the struggles this year. How could you not watch, and really on this road trip too, the guy out in Baltimore in the first series, like Cade Anderson, like you've had a lot of dominant pitching, but you've not had a lefty. Right? When was the last dominant lefty Mariners starter? I'm saying these things, and maybe I should think about them before I say them out of my mouth. Jamie did it a long, long time. There's no question.
Randy
Was he
Johnson?
the last?
I
mean, do we have to go back that far?
Dominant? Yeah. Probably. James Paxton was a really good starter from the left side at his best. I don't know if I'd quite say he was obviously dominant that night. He threw a no-hitter, but he wasn't consistent long enough to really call him a dominant starter, but he was capable of dominance.
Yep. I'm looking forward to it.
Not been a lot of them. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing Cade Anderson in Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, there have not been a lot of them. I mean, before that, I'm trying to think. I mean, the hope was that Danny Holtzen would become that. Obviously, injuries derailed that idea. Jason Vargas was the opposite of dominant, but found a way to get the most out of what he had, right? Yeah, they just in my time here, they really haven't had a lot of that. Yeah, it's really just James Paxton in the last 16, 17 years or so. All right, Brock, let's take a quick break, but we're going to come back here and talk to Dave Wyman, who was at practice today. Media got to see the beginning of it, and now they're doing the full-on joint practice with the Packers. We'll be back. What are you laughing at?
I was thinking about this the other day. Do you remember when Lundberg won?
Oh, God.
Had us mic'd up.
Yes.
Live at practice, walking around.
So awful.
And you were like, I'm not a play-by-play guy. Like, what do you want of me?
Right.
I want you to set Brock up and you guys just talk about everything that's going on at
Well,
practice.
we were walking around practice with what a loon. What an absolute loon. It's amazing it's amazing we're still here 16 and a half years later, whatever it is. It's amazing that we're still here, given the way things started. What a loon. All right, Dave Wyman next, and then we'll give you some trash takes on a Thursday. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because it looks grumpy. I love
Good
it.
one.
But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy. I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's all what I'm getting. He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old. So the big grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
It's Jet City Harley's Sign and Ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% APR on select Harleys. Put no cash down, sign, and ride away on your new Harley from Jet City Harley. Save thousands on interest at Jet City Harley Davidson. Unapproved credit on new 2024 Lowrider ST, Lowrider S for Road Glide 3 models. See dealer for details.
Hey homeowners, John Curley here. Why not improve your home's comfort and efficiency now? Plus, save 50 to 75% by combining tax credits, rebates, and incentives on a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Pacific Power Batteries has been our family-owned and operated business since 1985 when my dad and I started selling batteries business to business to commercial fleets from a 1-ton panel van. Yep, delivering batteries. Since then, with our community's support, we've been able to sell online and open more retail stores selling batteries of all kinds. Today, my wife and son are directly involved in the business. At Pacific Power Batteries, we are proud to serve you, your folks, and your grandparents with batteries for darn near anything. So I want to say thank you for your business.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, here's some good news, Brock. Here's some good breaking news, and I'm sure Dave Wyman will have more on it. But as the Seahawks begin practice today, guess who's a full participant in full contact practice? None other than left tackle Charles Cross. How about that? That's some good news. As we're still a couple of weeks away from the season beginning, Dave Wyman is there in Green Bay at Lambeau Field or just outside it for the joint practices. Dave, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. It's kind of cool to be here at the sort of cradle of the NFL. It's a beautiful facility here, and it's amazing the resources that these two teams, really, I mean, mostly the Seahawks, put into getting a chance to do the joint practice. And I think it's great because I've always said, like, if you get into a preseason game, like, it doesn't go the way you want it to go, right? You want to work on certain things and, that you need to work on. And a lot of times the direction of the game just takes you away from it. And so, it gives them a great opportunity for the coaches to get together and say, hey, we'd like to work on this and we'd like to work on that. And, they're getting it done, man. They're getting really good reps in.
So a year ago, I believe we did this, Dave, with you. You were kind enough to step away from the practice field for a second. I believe that was in Tennessee last year. Can you compare and contrast maybe year one, Tennessee, Seahawks, that whole experience versus year two, final preseason game, Green Bay, Wisconsin, kind of compare and contrast the two?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this one's much more organized. Everything's moving super efficiently, and they've got like an indoor facility, and then on either side of that, there's two fields. So, the Seahawks were going through their stuff and kind of warming up and running plays and whatnot, and then they came over here to, which is like a little mini stadium, like there's stands, and it's full, by the way. And, they're getting in some really good reps. I just saw JSN, which is no surprise, make two of the best catches I've seen all camp, and one of them was one-handed. So, I mean, it's very intense, and they're getting a lot done. So, to answer the question, I think it's more organized than it was last year. The coaches know exactly what they want. I saw Macdonald, talking to all of their coaching staff, and I'm sure he's loving it.
What do you make of Charles Cross being back out there? That's got to be a pretty good sign, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, it was a finger thing, right? So, I think, most
Didn't
guys,
you cut off a finger, Dave? Isn't that the legend? You cut off a finger, didn't you? Oh, that was Ronnie Lott. I'm sorry.
Confuse you guys all the time.
What did Paul? Didn't Paul cut off something? Didn't Moyer cut off something to play or something? Or he lost?
I'm sorry. What?
I thought Moyer. Moyer. Moyer had that other injury. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about Paul Moyer's nuts. Okay, let's move on.
Yes, I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, so it was just a finger, right, Dave? So why do you even miss practice, for crying out loud?
Well, I understand why. I mean, he doesn't need to be out there for practice. So, but I think he's going to be fine. I always look at him as like the most steady player on that offensive line. I think Abe Lucas is the most spectacular because of some of the things that he'll do. Like, he's always looking for extra work. He'll go block downfield on a run play. But as far as just being solid, I think it's kind of like when Tyler Lockett would drop a pass, you would always be like, wow, that's noteworthy because that never happens. And I kind of feel that way about Charles Cross. He gets beat for a sack. It's like, wow, that must have been a really good pass rush. He's just very, very steady. So, but it's good to have him back. I was talking to Rick Dennison today, the run game specialist, and he really likes what they got going on. I mean, I think he likes the offensive line that they have, and he was talking about how they stretch on one side and then cut off on the backside, and both are really instrumental. Cutting off the guy on the backside of the run is difficult just as much as it is on the front side. So they're getting that done, and they feel like they have the players to get that done. And we saw how many runs were there where the guy was untouched? I mean, it was just wide open. So really like that, because I was telling Rick, I was like, we lost a game last year because we couldn't pick up a 3rd and 1 and a 4th and 1. And, that would just be unheard of with this run game, the way it's operating right now.
I'm hearing a lot of whistles in the background. Is it pretty intense, pretty physical, Dave?
Yeah, it is. I haven't seen any fights or anything like that. Remember last year there was a moment where Big Cat, kind of like cocked his arm back like he was going to punch a guy, and somebody grabbed him. But I have not seen a fight yet. But it is pretty intense. And by the way, JSN, when he made both of those catches, he was letting everybody on their sideline hear about it. So it was pretty awesome. And it's funny. Michael Bennett asked this question last week in the production meeting, and it was the same kind of question that I would have asked, but I didn't know how to phrase it. Like, what makes you so good? I mean, you're not that big, you're not that fast, you got great, hands, but yeah, it's kind of mystifying. But to me, I think his best trait is that he sort of logs in his brain where the defenders are. And so when he turns around, he knows whether to get down or to, which way to turn. It's like he almost never turns into the tackler when he catches the ball. So I think a lot of it is the yards after catch. But, man, he looks really good. Awesome. And I love that he was fired up and screaming and yelling at their sidelines.
Dave, I know you can focus on more than just the position you played, but I do love asking you about linebackers and love the first two guys who are, starting. What do you make of the depth at inside linebacker if they do have to deal with any time without the two starters?
Yeah, I went into camp, Mike, thinking that was one of the places where they're a little bit light. And after having watched Patio, as Mike calls him, Patrick O'Connell, and Drake Thomas, I feel good about it. I really do. And I think Patrick especially looks really good. He's looked good in like the one-on-one drills. He's got great quickness. And then he just seems to be able to kind of like Tyrese Knight, just sort of sift through the blockers and find the ball carrier. And that's what they're all about. And that's what we asked Ernest Jones, like, what's your favorite? Do you like do you like getting an interception, a takeaway? And he said, I like making tackles. And that's what he does. And Tyrese Knight is the same way, and I see that same thing from O'Connell. He's just really good at sifting through blockers and finding the ball.
Last thing for me, Dave, I'll let you get back to practice because I know you're going to want to talk about it in the afternoon as well. I've told people, I told Lyle, I think on the air last segment, like, you've got to find a way in your lifetime to get to Green Bay, Wisconsin, right? Having an opportunity to be in that building a few different times, to call games in there. You've been everywhere, Dave. You've seen just about everything in the NFL. Is that place still special to you?
It is. It really is. And, and I don't know, that it's not like it's like the Cowboys, right? They think they're hot crap, like they're fans and the franchise and everything. And I don't know, there's just kind of a sense of like somber, I don't know, like respect or something. I don't know how to put that, but
reverence.
Yeah, it's just really cool. It's a really cool experience here. By the way, I played back in the day when half of the games were at the Milwaukee County Stadium, which was the baseball field.
Yes.
And and so in 1989 we played there in Milwaukee. And we were actually all on the same sidelines because it was a baseball park.
Yeah.
And and that was the rookie year of Tony Mandarich. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think it was. Gosh, there was like 3 really good players that were drafted after him, and he was just like the biggest flop ever. And I remember Nesby Glasgow was in watching film, and he was like pulling guys out of the hallway. He's like, you got to look at this, man. And he was watching offensive line and how terrible Tony Mandarich was. I mean, there were defensive linemen that were fighting to rush on that side, so they could go up against him. He was so bad. Yeah. He was a sack dispenser, basically.
What? Why did they have to play half the games at the baseball stadium?
Well, I think they were trying to get more people from. I think that was kind of a lull for this franchise. It wasn't. It kind of had lost its luster, and they were trying to get more people. And I remember when I got drafted, actually Green Bay was on the clock, and somebody called from the Seahawks and said, we're going to draft you. But I was afraid I was going to get drafted by the Packers, and and that seems kind of weird because, I love football, and this is, like I said, kind of the cradle of football here. But at that time, it just wasn't very popular. So I think they were trying to draw fans from Milwaukee because they weren't filling up the stadium.
So just because I have it in front of me, Troy Aikman went number 1. Tony Mandrich went number 2. The next 3 players were Barry Sanders, Derek Thomas, and Deion Sanders.
Wow.
Who was the last one?
Deion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are pretty good players.
And then Steve Atwater went 20th in that draft to the Broncos.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
So
one of the nicest people ever. I talk to Steve still to this day. Great teammate. Awesome guy. Yeah, you could have had him instead of
four.
And then remember, Tony Mandrich kind of resurrected his career in Indianapolis.
Yep.
And he actually was a decent lineman, but he was so bad that our strong safety was calling people in out of the hallway to look at how bad he was.
Dave,
thank you, David.
Thank you. Enjoy your time there in Green Bay. Thankfully, not in Milwaukee. And we'll listen to you the afternoon and go from there. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, there you go.
Thanks,
You'll
Dave.
get even more from Dave this afternoon on Wyman and Bob. And, good story. How about that? How about draft? I mean, 4 Hall of Famers in the first 5 picks is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But to have taken the 1 is tough.
It's like Sam Bowie ahead of Michael Jordan, right? Is that what it was? Wasn't it Sam Bowie?
Yes, that's the
Sam
one.
Bowie. So two quick things here before trash takes. Why is JSN so good? It's 2 things. It's the feel. It's what Jordan Palmer said earlier. He plays the game like a quarterback. He feels it. He sees it. Even at full speed, he just has an instinct, and then he tracks the ball, Salk, in ways that others can't. And then secondly, and he showed this as a true freshman with a catch that you remember and I remember and G. Scott Sr. remembered in the horseshoe. Like, you're not supposed to be able to control your body that way. You're running full speed. You're jumping out of bounds, and somehow you control your body to get a foot in. He's got superhuman body control. And then Dave's exactly right. I remember Hasselbeck telling me about this in Green Bay. Like, they're still, I think, it's 2 different fan bases. The Milwaukee fan base and the Green Bay fan base. Because if you go to Appleton and Green Bay, there's no populace. It's like the Palouse. Like, there's just not enough population. So they had to play those games to where their season ticket, the owners, because they're not season ticket holder owners, and all their money is to try to get that. And even to this day, when it's the Milwaukee fan base in the stadium, got a little different feel than the old Green Bay and the locals.
Meaning what? It's a little more.
I remember Brett Favre got. Oh, I just remember Brett Favre got booed off the field, and I was like, how can Green Bay Packers fans boo Brett Favre? He threw 5 picks on a Monday night game against us. And Hasselbeck's like, yeah, that was in Milwaukee. That was the Milwaukee crowd.
Interesting.
So
it's not the whole. It's not like some come for some games and then the other. It's not by game. It's just they're mixed in the crowd there together.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, yep. Interesting, unique dynamic.
One day I'm going to get to Appleton. My best friend is from Appleton. One day I'm going to make it there. We'll see.
You got your trash hat? You ready?
Oh, no, it's in the other room.
We can't do it then.
I guess we can't do trash takes. I don't. Oh, Maura's getting me my trash hat. Thank you, Maura.
Yes.
I was missing my trash hat. Somebody said they're sending us another trash hat, Brock. So we're going to pretty soon have quite the rotation of trash hats here. Thank you, Maura. Much appreciated. Let me put on the trash hat, and I will judge your trash takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash. Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
You think I look like trash while I'm wearing this hat?
I think you look great.
Thanks, buddy.
What do they say about imitation is what? The
sincerest form of flattery?
Uh-huh. I'm going to imitate Maura Dooley. I'm going to go to one of her places.
Okay. You want to go first?
She's gone to the well a bunch with this guy.
You want to go first?
I think, yeah.
All
Maura,
right.
there's not sound of this, right? You didn't find any sound of this. I'll read the quote. And it stands in stark contrast. Did you see the backup quarterback for the Bears yesterday, Salk, Mr. Badgett?
No.
Get emotional. They signed him to a 2-year, $10 million contract. And seriously, he started crying. Like, you got to understand, my dad didn't have running water until he was in high school. He's from West Virginia, played Division III, small school there. He's like, I don't know anybody with money, but this is going to change the lives of so many of my family and people. It's just amazing. You saw that clip?
No, but I believe it.
So good. So we'll contrast that with this quote, the NFL. Everyone knows there's a large sum of money that comes to you in a short span of time, and being away from the game for 3 years, those checks don't come in the same. Like, I got 8 kids. It hurts thinking I'm Superman But in reality, I'm just a man. It hurts me knowing I can't provide like I once did. That man made $130 million in the NFL.
Who is it?
That man made $130 million.
But he can't provide anymore. It's sad.
No, he can't provide anymore. And check's not coming in anymore. That would be one Cameron Newton.
Oh, Cam. That hurts. He's still making money, too, with all the other stuff he's doing.
Yes. Not those checks, though. Not those checks.
Cam, that's a tough take. That's a trash take right there, Cam. Darn.
$130 million, Salk.
More, how do you feel about Brock stealing your ideas?
I have my own trash take.
I know, but like going to the Cam Newton well, knowing that that's been a favorite of yours. It's kind of weak.
I go for his football takes usually.
That's true. Well, this is quite the take. All right, Maura, you're up. What do you got?
I mean, I'll go. I have plenty in the well.
Oh.
This is good old Aaron Rodgers.
Maura's got so many trash takes. She's saving them for later.
I just mean people that I go to because I know.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I usually
multiples.
Cam Newton's good just because he has a lot of trash
Jerry
takes.
Jones,
but I
Cam
usually
Newton,
like to go with
Aaron
people
Rodgers.
that I know upset you, like the Yankees and Aaron Rodgers and Urban Meyer. So,
Urban Meyer for sure.
Yeah. So Aaron Rodgers was on the Not Just Football podcast with his teammates Cam Hayward and DK Metcalf, and he was talking to DK, almost giving advice on how to handle the media.
Oh, nice.
The media can be a tool to get your narrative out there. What is the narrative that you want to be out there? I think there's power in controlling the narrative. There's the negative side of that is allowing the ego to kind of run wild with that, because you have to have an ego to do what we do, but a healthy ego doesn't need the instant gratification that comes from media stories or the dopamine hits from social media likes or different things. And you just got to be really smart about how much time you spend on that. That's the best advice is to just stay off it. But you have to interact with the media on some level, and what's the message that you want out there, and how can you best convey that, by saying as little as possible.
Oh, my God.
So just have a healthy ego and say as little as possible, like Aaron Rodgers does. That's your advice, CK.
Was somebody eating during that interview? Like, what is going on there? They're eating during the podcast?
They were all sitting at a table outside. Maybe
Awful. Sound quality.
I would say the messaging from Aaron post marriage and under the Pittsburgh umbrella been a little better.
No, it hasn't.
It's
totally phony. Can't take a word of that seriously. You couldn't be more wrong. Could not be more wrong.
You don't care what people think, just like Jordan Palmer said.
Oh my
Elite
God.
QBs, you don't care.
I think he actually cares a lot what people think.
Yeah.
That's why he tries to go on these podcasts and spin.
And pretend like he doesn't care what people think. Lyle, do you have an actual trash take today, or are you just going to complain about something?
Jeez.
I feel like I should concede because I'm already seeing your reaction to this. More one. I can tell your reaction to
You
this
don't know
one.
that yet.
No, I think I know.
You don't know.
Lyle, are you going to quit?
No, I'm not. I got my take.
Don't be a quitter.
Jeez.
Don't be a quitter.
I'm not going to quit.
Don't be a quitter.
I can't win.
I'm not gonna quit.
More.
No, I'm not gonna quit.
It's biased against me.
Do you want me to do my trash take or not?
I don't know. No, I'm not sure. You were the one who said you didn't want to do it. Do you want to do it?
Power of the narrative and control. Is that what you're doing right now?
Are you going to
Lyle?
withhold your trash take from us?
No.
Okay, good. What do you got?
Tommy Pham started a real altercation the other night between the Pirates and the Blue Jays because he took it upon himself to bat flip after a walk for a Pirates team that's about 20 games under 500. And he was getting into it with Tyler Heineman, the Blue Jays catcher, for at the time, Lord knows what reason. But after the game, Pham got asked about it, and he said, and I quote, "Complaining about a ball not being called a strike to the umpire when it's clearly below the zone and away is disrespectful not only to the umpire, but the hitter as well."
Oh.
Well, you look back at 2018, and there's a clip of Tommy Pham getting ejected from the dugout, yelling at an umpire because he's arguing balls and strikes after his at-bat and gets thrown out. So the take is contradictory for its own right because Tommy Pham was mad about exactly what he's done in his own career. Also, Yes, I am going to complain about something, which is why I was looking forward to this. You have every right to be mad about a strike zone because umpires suck at their jobs. Boom!
I mean, this is a man who threw punches over a fantasy football rule that he didn't understand.
Yeah. Tommy Pham's got issues. I think that's been pretty well established. I mean, he's a guy with issues. All right, well.
So what again is the take then?
The take is you have every right to be arguing balls and strikes, and it's contradictory because Tommy Pham did the same thing.
Okay. I think there's a take in there. I got no problems with that one.
Okay.
All right, let's see. By the way, great job, everybody. Those were all terrible takes. I think that might be one of the worst batches of takes we've ever had in Trash Takes, which is impressive because we weren't even sure we were going to do it today. Let's see. Brock, I mean, the Cam take is really dumb. It's real. The Aaron Rodgers take is really, really absurd. And Lyle, Tommy Pham, I mean, that's just,
it's Tommy Pham.
Right.
It's fantastic.
And it's all three of them being exactly who they are. I think that's what's so hard about this decision. Like, I'm trying to look for a way to narrow it down. Like, that's just Cam being Cam. That's just Aaron being Aaron. And that's just Tommy Pham being Tommy Pham.
Yeah, so what's the Trash Master going to do?
I think we all know what the Trash Master's going to do. Tommy Pham can't help it. The guy's got issues. Like, what are you going to do? I appreciate it, Lyle. Great one. I'm glad you gave it. But unfortunately, Tommy's not going to win. And Brock, you know I kind of like Cam, even though he says totally ridiculous things. So I'm not going with Cam. Maura, you win again. Aaron Rodgers saying that all he needs to do is say as little as possible in order to show that he doesn't have a big ego and control the narrative is completely and patently absurd. Just ridiculous. I'm sorry, guys. Both of you had another week. You both might have won with those. Just a competitive week.
Yeah, thanks.
Just a competitive week. Sorry. All right. Yep. Good job with Trash Takes. Tomorrow's Friday. We're gonna talk to Brady, who will give us a sense of what happened at practice. G will come in and bother us.
We can watch G. Scott Jr. tonight. Prime TV.
That's true.
Giants Patriots.
Nice. And there's no baseball game on, so got time to do that.
Uh-huh.
G will join us tomorrow. We'll have your phone calls tomorrow. Should be a fun day. We'll have number 11, most intriguing Seahawk. How about that? We'll see if the Mariners make a move or anything leading up to tomorrow's game. All question marks. Stick around. Bump and Stacy are coming up next. We will be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And yes, Brock, the hay
is in the barn.
See everybody.
There's something special happening in Soto.
I feel like that's what happens when you add guys. It just changes the mojo.
That roar coming from the corner of Edgar and Dave, it's different.
This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners return home for a huge 6-game set. Mariners, A's. First pitch at 7:10.
We believe in each other and we're ready to fight.
The push to the playoffs lives on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
The summer sales event is happening now at West Hills Ford. Get the 2025 Ford Ranger XL STZ Super Crew 4-wheel drive. Qualified buyers can lease one now for $324 per month for 36 months with $35.99 due at signing. West Hills Ford, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Homeowners, federal tax credits on heat pumps end soon. Home Comfort Alliance can help you save up to 75% on new in-stock heat pumps with combined discounts, utility rebates, and expiring federal tax credits on systems installed by December 31st. These are new in-stock high-efficiency models that will make your home comfortable year-round. Federal tax credits expire December 31st, so don't wait. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, it's Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by 2 of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Mike, you were able to lose about a pound per day for over a month, 35 pounds in total.
Well, as much as I'd love to take all the credit, really, I was just following the plan. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made it super easy, and there really was no part I struggled with. I was eating delicious, fresh food, all while losing weight. The accountability from your team was great. It just helped me keep the focus. I felt catered to the entire way, and I think Ryan really had a similar experience.
No doubt about it. I just finished up the program, and I can't believe how well it worked. I wish I would have started sooner. Talk about motivation. Salk, thanks for the recommendation.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
We've got a style of play no one wants to go up against. Big hits that turn the tides in our favor. Noise that shakes opponents to their core.
That was 112 decibels in that last tackle.
Disruption is in our DNA.
It's intercepted! Seahawks ball! Interception made by Love!
Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football.
Break back, throws it! Touchdown! Touchdown Seahawks!
Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners dropped their series finale yesterday, and with that, a horrible road trip is over. Seattle went 2-7. We'll get a much-needed off day today. They'll open a series against the A's tomorrow. The Packers are hosting the Seahawks for a joint practice today in Green Bay. From ESPN's Brady Henderson, things were getting chippy between the Seahawks offense and Packers defense. Apparently, Brady says, Packers cornerback Kamal Hadden got into it with Jake Bobo after a big play, and then Ken Walker took exception and started shouting back. The two teams face off Saturday for their preseason finale.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Bump's back. Perfect timing. You came back just in time to talk about a horrible road trip.
I was here yesterday, too, though.
Yeah, but we weren't on air yesterday.
Just sitting here.
Well, you know what's a bummer is initially, because obviously the game hadn't happened yesterday, and I was hoping that the rest of this series could not the rest of this series, that maybe the finale could be salvaged and we could be talking about a team with like maybe a few silver linings, but that's not where we're going. Forget silver linings, forget asking you, hey, Bump, what are some of your concerns? We know they're there. So what we're doing here instead is ranking areas of concern for the Mariners. Sometimes when you leave a really bad road trip, you're complaining about a million things. Let's find out what matters and what doesn't. I pre-selected the categories for us just to keep it kind of narrow. Starting pitching, bullpen, Dan Wilson, Gino Suarez, even though he had a bomb the other day, he was your single biggest acquisition at the deadline and hasn't been really performing. And then the fifth one is holes in your offense, a.k.a. your lineup against lefties. So those are the 5 things that we're ranking. What's your number one concern?
1 and 2, put these together. The guys who throw the ball. The pitchers.
The starting pitching and bullpen
all
just
y'all.
collectively
1
together.
and 2. You can flip them either way you want to. The guys throwing the ball. I went through like the last, 3 games or several games. All right, you got the 7-3 loss to the Mets. I wrote the bullpen was okay. The problem was Kirby. 7 runs, 12 hits. So I list that as a starter. Got the 12-7 loss to Phillies. I keep dragging his name up. Legomina gives up 5 earned runs on 7 hits. Coward gives up a run. But Gilbert was bad. 2 innings, 7 earned runs, 9 hits. Probably the worst start of his career. I wrote down there, combo. Both of them can get that blame.
Okay.
6-4 loss to the Phillies. Miller's first start. What do we expect out of Miller, though? Do we really expect Miller to come out there and look great? 5 innings pitched, 4 earned runs, 4 hits, 2 home runs. Brash gave up 2 earned, 2 hits, and 1 home run. That's a combo. Both of y'all can have that. 11-2 loss to Philly. Salcedo gave up 5 earned runs on 4 hits, and Lau gave up 3 earned runs on 3 hits. That was a bullpen. So I got bullpen, starters, combo, bullpen, starters, combo. They are coming together and looking really bad. When you look at the overall numbers of the bullpen, they don't look that bad. But you know, baseball, 162 of them things. How deep are we right now? I'm not sure. But you look at just the last week or so, then you get concerned. But I think that's a great way to look at your team is the last 7, 15, 30 days. That's why you have those splits, because it gives you a better idea of who they are right now, not who they've been over the course of the season, because so many things can happen.
Yep.
So number 1, number 2, the ball throwers. Those guys need to come together. Gilbert looks like he's lost his swag. Kirby looks like he's lost his swag. The only one I think we can count on right now is Mr. Wu.
I am just now pulling up some pitching stats for you to kind of keep this conversation going, because it's also the same one for me. I have starting pitching as number 1 with bullpen as like 1B. And the reason I have starting pitching ahead of bullpen is just that they're more important. And there have been teams that have gone on to a World Series that have made deep playoff runs with big question marks in their bullpen. Like, rarely are you with a serious flaw in your team going to go win it all. But, like, I can stomach bullpen questions. It feels like something a lot of teams will have. They're volatile. I have a harder time stomaching starters who are not nearly as good as they were last year. That, to me, is tougher, especially when a conversation that Curtis and I were having on Tuesday. If you're going for, let's say, a wild card series on the road, you're like, well, I feel good about putting out Brian Wu. And then you're going, well, then who's after that? Which is crazy. It's crazy talk. Last year we were having conversations about, well, who's your ace? Like, how do you organize this? Who do you have coming out of the pen? Okay, so I have some stats for you. Let me get total ERA here. Okay. So total ERA for the Mariners, 14th right now. They were 2nd last year. In starters alone are 16th this year, which is a problem. They were 25th, or excuse me, they are 25th in ERA on the road. Last year they were 19th, so they weren't like exceptional on the road. I remember having these conversations last year when we were talking about guys just being not quite as sharp. What are the effects that T-Mobile has on pitching? But that's still a pretty big gap. The single biggest, though, is obvious with ERA. And I know Team ERA looks at bullpen issues as well, but it has just not been as sharp in either facet.
No, they haven't. One of the concerning parts to me, too, it's not concerned, but maybe it's just realizing that we talked about T-Mobile and what it does to batters, right? The batter's eye, the atmosphere, all that good stuff. All right, what does it do to your pitcher? I don't think he's at home thinking, oh, I'm at home, I'm just going to throw some meatballs over the plate because I know they're not going to be able to knock it out. But they're definitely benefiting from being at the house, right? Being at home and having that comfortability and knowing that, look, the ball's not going to travel here. I don't think it changes the way Cal calls a game. We were watching the game the other day, and you were on Reddit, and someone said, "Kyle, stop calling fastballs right over the plate." And you and I are both like, I guarantee you, Cal's not calling fastballs right middle. That's just not what is going down. Yeah, you can. Reddit's good for some entertainment and some information at times too. But there's a correlation, right? They just pitch better at home. Things are to their advantage, and they're just having an off year. Kirby hasn't been healthy. Got Miller coming back from injury. Wu seems like he's the only guy who's really taken a step forward.
Yes.
I don't know what he did in his development this offseason, mentally where he is. But no, we're not having the season that we got out of these guys last year. So that puts more pressure on the bats. The thing that I'm encouraged with is that I do believe that the bats can play to a level that can allow this rotation, this bullpen, to kind of get out of whatever they're getting into. So, 1 and 2 for me, however you want to flip it, starters, bullpen, the ball throwers, that's my biggest concern. My third one, can we stop with the matchups in the batter's box? Can you just put your best lineup out there every single day? I don't care about who's on the mound, righty, lefty, or whatnot. Okay, it's winning time. I look at some lineups recently, and I think, look, at once upon a time, Demo was a guy. He's just not a guy right now.
What's crazy is once upon a time was April.
Yeah, he was a guy. Gold Glover. That's just not who he is right now. It's winning time. Put your best bats out there. And if you lose that way, then you lose that way. No one's going to save this team now. Montes is not going to be activated from the minors and come in. And even if he did, he would struggle because he's a young guy. Been balling as of late, though. Big ups to that young man. Play your best guys. I'm done with the matchups.
Okay, so yours is starting pitching and bullpen combined as one. And then your next one is holes in the offense, a.k.a. the lineup against lefties, with you saying, like, whether it's an over-reliance on matchups, whether it's that your lineup against lefties in general is going to be a little weaker, or whether it's that you don't feel like they have their best 26 on the roster. Like, the holes in the lineup are kind of where you go for second. I don't know that that's where I go after this.
All right, where you going?
Okay, so I go starting pitching 1 and bullpen 2, but it's really 1B. I agree with you there. I think after that, I'm going Gino Suarez. And I think that it is certainly a problem that you may not have your absolute best 26 guys on the roster. You're going to have your lineup against lefties less frequently. And some days you're going to have guys that you don't feel absolutely excited about. Gino Suarez, and I know he had a home run the other day, and I know we all love Gino Suarez. Gino Suarez was your single biggest acquisition at the trade deadline. Not only that, he was the biggest bat acquired by any team at the trade deadline. It is fantastic that Josh Naylor has had some of the play that he has. I do think he's a little banged up.
Mm-hmm.
It is very important that Gino start heating up, and he hasn't been, again, except for a home run the other day on a very horrible pitch. I would love to see Gino get hot, and the longer he stays cool, the more concerned I become. It is way more like if Gino was raking. Look, I don't love seeing